Doon 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 peak fiction. Doon 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 go raw fire peak fiction. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. 2 weeks. 2 weeks back to back, where your boy has been bombarded. Talking about some greatness is inbound. Oh man, hold on. I have to give a massive shout out to an individual by the name of Tay Gonna Entertain, who provided a comment in last week's reaction video talking about a ring light. And it got me thinking about the positioning of my ring light, and I ultimately decided to put it on a tripod and see how it works. So y'all tell me. Emu, don't reverse me for this one. Let me see if I can pull up the camera. What do y'all think? Do I look clear? Does your boy look HD? I don't know. You tell me. Am I looking nice? Am I looking nice? Is the lighting good? How is your boy looking? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Y'all tell me, number one, can you hear me? Is the audio good? And number two, can you see me? Does it look good? Yes, sir, we out here. Yes. Yes, sir. All right. So I have to give a massive shout out once again to Tay Gonna Entertain, because in last week's comment section I saw that and it popped in my head. Oh man, it like I should try to put it on a tripod to see if that works. So yeah, we're good, baby. Yo, who knows how long HDCon will last? Because my internet sucks, but you know we'll be there. I look as real as Yamato in 1015. I don't know if anything looks as real as Yamato in 1015. We might need to wait for GTA 6 for that. I appreciate you, super. Yo, we got D Robin coming in and sending 10 memberships to the channel. All love to you, D Robin. Awesome name. Awesome name for YouTube channel. D Robin. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. All love to you, D Robin. Make sure this is good to go. So much love to everybody who's receiving some memberships. That's gonna pay for the tripod that I just got. And then Ali, my boy Ali G, comes in and drops the what appears to be the weekly 50, the weekly 50, man. All love to Ali G. Holy sweet mother of flagnards, man. The most, I'm telling you, Ali G might be Oda. Because that's the only other person I know that's as consistent as Ali G. Maybe now Tetsuya Takahashi, going through Xeno, the Xeno journey. But Ichiro Oda and Ali G may be the same person. They might be the same person. Either that or like Ali G is like prime AJ Styles. Because this is crazy. Crazy consistency. Crazy consistency. It's something. I don't know, Ali G, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 50 bomb. Hope everybody who receives the membership today is able to experience the greatness, and all love to everybody who looks like we're gonna be getting quite a few, because following that up, thank you so much, Ali G, appreciate you, is D Robin adding another 10 gifted memberships to the channel. What is that, like 70 right now? Holy sweet mother of flagnards, man. All love. I appreciate y'all so much. HDCon is being paid for by these memberships right now, so I appreciate y'all so much. Let me put the mouse right here. Thank y'all so much for that, man. Crazy stuff. D Robin, I appreciate you so much. Seriously. Sweet mother of flagnards, man. This is crazy. But, man, dude. I don't even know where to begin, man. You know, 28 years. Before I get into the supers, before we keep looking at the memberships here, y'all, we're celebrating 28 years of peak today, man. 28 years. It's insane. It's insane. You know, for a series to be going on for this long, and in the last week, we got the Wombo combo that is like, it's one of those weeks where it's ultimate, like, magic happens. Where you have a fire chapter, like a really, really all-time fire chapter, and an all-time fire episode drop in the same week, same weekend. And you know, we've had a lot of those. But on the precipice of the 20th anniversary, to me it was one of those, like, man, like, this series will forever have it. You know, it just does. This late into the game, to release something like last week's chapter and the Kuma episode back to back, Toei releasing one of its strongest episodes, and Oda giving us a reveal we've been waiting so many years for, was just like the ultimate 20th anniversary chapter. And I don't even know what this week's chapter has in store. But even without this week's chapter, 28 years of greatness that was preceded by that is just, it couldn't have fit any better. And an episode that pays homage and recontextualizes the entire series. And a chapter that's like a thank you to the fans for sticking along for the journey, right? It's just like, man. So I can't wait to see what the actual 28th anniversary chapter has in store. It is crazy. It is crazy. All right, let's go into the supers here. Let me go ahead. Quack 2. Never thought I'd see Key Recon Switch 2 edition in my lifetime. That's what happens when I play Xenosaga, man. You feel me? Like, things take a turn for the better. Things take a turn for the better. But on a serious note, I really do have to thank that commenter from last week. Tay Gonna Entertain Forever changed the YouTube channel. So, all love to that individual. So let's go ahead and go and see here for the super chats. Oh, by the way, before I do the supers, man, I have to do this. I feel like I don't do this enough, so I have to do it today. Ladies and gentlemen, can I just get everyone in the chat to give a massive thank you to Akash Panda? This individual does not need to do what this individual does every single week on this channel. Known as the timestamp guy. Known as the right-hand man. But seriously, I can't tell you the amount of people that wouldn't even watch the videos if it wasn't for Akash Panda. So Akash Panda, on behalf of myself and the individuals who are going to watch this in the future, thank you for all that you do, because you do it for the love of the game. I've never given you $1 yet. Like I said, wait until I see you in real life and we dap. You know what I'm saying? But when the day that happens, you know, I'll slide into the bank account and give you something. But until then, just seriously, on a serious note, just thank you for all that you do, because it's crazy. It is crazy. No, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Fiji, what's good, bro? It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you, brother. Nah, man, seriously. It's messing on the way to Florida right now. Oh, man. Let me see. All right. But yeah, no, seriously, Doc. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Now, let's go ahead and look at the supers. And, of course, starting us off, we got Josh Pointer. Oh, I just remembered. Super sent me a message earlier this week of a post that Oda put out. And the post is Oda taking a picture of the emu plushie. You can't make this up. It's like Oda taking a picture in his house of the emu plushie. And I've seen so many of these emu pics thanks to the Discord, where I'm like scarred now, especially with God forbid Instamester Sama is here. But if Instamester Sama is here, forget everything I'm about to say. But it's a terrifying thing when the creator of the series is pushing Instamester Sama as hard as he is. A plushie, bro? Listen, I would rock an emu plushie. I really would. I would just be terrified. I need a Bible on me at all times. You know what I'm saying? At all times. At all times. You know what I'm saying? So, crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. But when Super sent me that Oda picture, I was crying with laughter. You can't make this up. But Josh Pointer comes in. This is how I know it's going to be a peak chapter, bro. Comes in with a 10. It says, "You won't even believe what I'm about to say right now. This chapter is even more insane than the last one." That's not. I don't know how. Is it even possible to put words together in a sentence like that? A chapter that introduces us to Rox D. Zebek. Mind you, the chapter ended with a hype feat. Rox being introduced. The facial expression that's like, what are we doing here? And then the parentheses that says, father of Emperor Blackbeard. I don't know, man. But this is One Piece we're talking about. I'm never gonna say that Oda can't do it. This is the same dude who gave me multiple different stretches where each chapter was better than the last. And I keep telling myself we can't get any higher, and we did. And so, I'll believe you, Josh Pointer. I'll believe you. But if that's the case, I need like a flipping defibrillator on standby or something. Holy flag north. Hard to believe, right? You'll be blown out of your mind, coach. Bring out the straw hat. You know, that thing is... I've had to bring out the straw hat. You know, last week, I did something that I normally never do, which is bring out the black Jordan jersey. Y'all know how much that means to me. Let's see. Let's see what this chapter's got in store for us. Thank you, Josh Pointer, who immediately follows that up with a $2 super chat that says, "Also, let's celebrate episode 1136 of Kuma's backstory." Seriously, man, if y'all have not seen episode 1136 of One Piece yet, unbelievable, man. I was thinking, because obviously for the chapters that I'm really attached to, I can't wait to see how they're going to be animated. Like that, it's been that way ever since I first caught up to the series, and especially lately. Now that I'm still not very knowledgeable in regards to the overall like, behind the scenes game of like the animation department and stuff like that. But I'm definitely more appreciative of the individuals and the hard work that they put into creating the anime than I was like 10 years ago. That's for sure. I didn't even know stuff like that was a thing. So I just have to thank the team that gave us an 1102 adaptation that lived up to my own personal standards of like, this is on par with the manga chapter. It is unbelievable how good that episode is, especially its second half. Its second half is unbelievable. Like, I remember I read a comment in last week's post of that episode that was like, that's the strongest half of an episode that we've gotten since the 10-15 greatness. And I was and you know, that is something that I can't even I can't deny that take. You know what I'm saying? That's how real that episode was, man. I mean, the second half of that episode truly was something really special. And so, if you have not watched the 1102 adaptation, which is episode 1136, highly recommended, man. Phenomenal episode. I mean, a phenomenal episode. Thank you, Josh Pointer, for giving me the opportunity to talk about that. Then Akash Panda, shout out to my boy. I was just talking about it. It says, with a 2, if you smell what the rocks is cooking, or if it's the final boss, dun, 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 dun. You know, guys, do that. Because we don't know. We don't know, man. We don't know what rocks we're getting. I don't know if I'm getting like 1998 corporate rocks? Am I getting late? It doesn't matter what the rock is cooking rocks? Or am I getting Hollywood rocks? Am I getting coming back from Hollywood rocks? Am I getting Final Boss rocks? I don't know. I don't know what I'm getting, man. But I'm excited. I'm very, very excited, man. Yo, whichever one we get, Gosh fan, we'll be there no matter what. We'll be there no matter what. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. And comes in and, with an additional super that says, 28 years of peak, let's go. Here's to 7 more, I guess. Seriously. At this point, who knows? But I don't even care. Yeah, Oda can take as long as he wants. However long it takes. But going back and reiterating what I was saying earlier, it just is insane how crazy it is that the series continues to keep people like us invested, right? For such a long period of time. It's very difficult for any long story to be able to accomplish it, but this series just has such a dedicated fan base. And of course, there's always ebbs and flows, right? Some people won't rock with the current material, they'll step out, they'll come back later on. It's just the nature of a long-running series, right? But for all of these years, have continued to have that consistent consistency, not just within the series itself and its quality, but also with us as the viewers, continuously coming back to it is just something that I find extremely impressive. It's unbelievable. But thank you, Akash Panda. Appreciate you so much for that. And then Gabriel Nozea comes in with an 11:55. It's been a long time since I've received a super chat. That was the exact number of the chapter. That actually might tell me how goated this chapter is. That's nuts. Gabriel comes in with 11:55 and number 1 on the leaderboards, mind you. Shout out to Gabriel. It says, Josh Pointer ain't lying. This chapter's sick. Oh, I can't wait, yo. I can't flip it. Wait. Oh, man. That's an awesome super. Shout out to 11:55. All love to you. I just gotta wonder, like, what in the world we're in for, right? Because obviously we still have to continue the flashback, and we've got to see how the dynamic and relationship between Loki and Rox, begins. So I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. Thank you, Gabriel. Appreciate you. Then Double E Giuliani comes in with a 10 and just puts an emoji of the Earth. Goodness gracious. The Earth? Is that how peak this chapter is? You know, I've received the Everest emoji many times, talking about, like, this is peak. But the whole planet? Is that supposed to be like King Kai? You're gonna destroy the whole planet! Stop it now, Goku! Like, is that the type of hype we're about to see, bro? I don't know, man. I don't know. But the whole flipping planet is crazy. Appreciate you, Double E Giuliani. I'm kind of scared now. That's a very spooky super chat. A very, very spooky super chat. Thank you, Double E. Then D. Robin comes in with a 2 and says, can we get much higher? And at this point, we might be able to. I'm not going to deny Ichiro Oda anymore. And I'm not going to deny Josh Pointer, who says that this chapter will be better than last week's chapter. I'm not going to deny that. So I asked it at the end of last week's chapter. We'll see. We'll see when we finish this week's. We'll see when we finish this week's. Thank you, D. Robin. Juan Martinez comes in membership for 6 months. Thank you very much. It says, here for the sauce. Love it. Love it. Thank you, Juan Martinez. Appreciate you so much for that. Then, of course, D. Robin and Ali G, thank you so much for the memberships. Y'all are amazing. Then, JD Double Dubs comes in with a 10 and says, the ring light warrants a celebratory super chat. Round of applause for the ring light, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for the ring light. Man, it's kind of crazy how much like a simple change like that can really potentially change the presentation. So I hope that it just creates a better user experience and that's just user, like we're playing a video game. A viewer experience for everybody who watches these streams and videos. So I truly do truly, truly do hope that that it ends up being for the best from this point forward. So all love to you. Thank you so much, JD Double Dubs, for that. That's wonderful. Now, Ring Light Sama is gonna be consistent. You know what I'm saying? I just hope that we don't knock the thing over. You know, because the camera almost didn't survive last week. It was kind of crazy. That thing was hanging, and when I picked it up and I tried to put it back on the tripod, it would not go back on. I was like, oh my god, I actually might have broke it this time. And I have a new chair. I don't know if y'all can see it in the background. I have a new chair, but I was like, I'm not gonna bust it out for a chapter reaction because I don't want to break it. You know what I'm saying? Just in case. So I have the new chair back there. I'm not sitting in that in a chapter until I know that I'll be good. So, or at least I've been used to sitting in the chair where I'm like, you know, when you get something new, you don't want to break it. So maybe like by the time we come back next time, I'll be sitting in that chair. So we'll see. But thank you, JD Double Dubs. Ali G comes in with a 5 and says, I am the reincarnation of Fukuda Tatsuya. My boy finished the greatness. Dude, what an amazing ending, man. What an amazing ending, Ali G, to an all-time sports manga, bro. Shout out to Ao Flippin' Ashi, man. Wonderful series. Wonderful series. Will sorely be missed. And I look forward to seeing what the mangaka is going to do next in his journey of writing manga. So, all love to Awashi, man. Amazing, amazing series. Absolute greatness, bro. Shout out to Awashi, man. D. Robin comes in with a 2 and says, I was Mr. PK. Yo, Mr. PK. Hey, nice name change. Nice name change. I love both the names. I love both the names. I think you'll always be Mr. PK in my heart, but I like D. Robin a lot. But the name changed. Big love, coach. No. Big love to you, yo. Big love. Thank you, Mr. PK. All love to you. All love to you. Then Marco Cordelio comes in with a 2 and says, you should host an emergency reverie with Jay. I would love to, man. Y'all have no idea. I would love to. Yo, JD Legend, if you're listening, you know, I got nothing but love for you, man. If you want to do an emergency reverie, even if it's just the 2 of us and a broomstick, we'll make it happen. Internet, no internet. Live, record, I don't care. If JD Legend is down to do it, I'm down to do it. Let's make it happen, man. Let's make it happen. So on a serious note, if we're able to get the people going, I would love to host an emergency reverie with everything going on in the series right now. It'd be dope. It would be dope. I'll have to talk to my boy. But thank you, Marco. All love to you, man. Yeah. Speaking of Jay, man, shout out to his last week's chapter reaction, man. Hilarious stuff, bro. Hilarious stuff, man. Shout out to my guy, man. That's my boy right there. Mr. PK comes in with a 2 once again. It says, by the way, chat, is the emoji before my name visible? It is. I see. Oh, I didn't know. Bro, so from like afar, because, you know, bad eyesight, I thought it was like a peanut. But it's not a peanut, it's a monkey. So it's Monkey D. Robin. Okay, I see. See, I thought it was like a peanut, bro. I was like, that looks strange, but maybe it's something new that they added, because YouTube is always adding new stuff. I was like, maybe they added a peanut badge before somebody's name, so I didn't even question it. No, it's a monkey. Monkey D. Robin. Yo, shout out to Monkey D. Robin, aka Mr. PK, whom I thought was Peanut D. Robin this entire time. I'll love to you, Peanut D. Robin, man. I'll love to you. Shout out to Mr. PK. Plutonian Moon. It's been a while, bro. It's good to see you. Comes with membership for 28 months. Is truly appreciative of the past 28 years of One Piece, yo. And I appreciate you for the past 28 months of membership, brother. I appreciate you, man. But, yeah, man, 28 years of One Piece. You know, for someone to be this committed to the game for a prolonged period of time, it's a blessing, man, you know, to be able to still be reading the series all these years later, man. It's just super dope. All love to you, Pluto. Thank you so much for that. Let me see. Raz comes in with a 1790 and says, After this chapter, I've come to a conclusion that Roger was a fraud. There are many people that are worthy of the fraudulent title in this series. Goldie Roger ain't one of them. Goldie Roger ain't one of them. And Zebek was top 1 in the verse. Ooh, okay, well, let's see. Let's see what you're cooking there. Now I'm even more excited to see what in the Flying Flyer is gonna happen in this chapter. It's like I can even without seeing what happens, it potentially happening in this week's chapter. Last week's chapter ended with this dude in a Oda box saying that he obliterated, killed an admiral, 1-on-1 in the Holy Land. So it's like, man, I don't know, he's built different. Bro, to be able to lead Whitebeard, flipping Shiki, Kaido, Big Mom, he's him! He's him! He's him, man. So if we want to say Zebek was top 1, I'm not gonna negate it. Roger's not a fraud because of that, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Oh my god, what does that mean, bro? What in the world am I about to read, dog? Alright. Zay comes in with a 2 and says yes, as in like Daniel Bryan? Daniel Bryan making an appearance at All In? Yes, yes, yes. Exciting times, man. Yo, shout out to that main event, dude. That All In main event was absolute peak, man. Hangman and John absolutely like unbelievable stuff. It was such a good show. Such a good show, man. Shout out to the Yes Jet. The Yes Movement. All love Tuesday. Thank you so much for the 2. Then Ann53 comes in with a 1. Appreciate you, Ann53. Then Akash Panda comes in with a 2 and says, ring light on the tripod equals another thing to knock over. And that's the unfortunate part, right? that is the unfortunate part. Because it's like, the more things that I add to the presentation that potentially make it more viable, this more scared I am to knock this over. And so, we'll see what happens, man. Because trust me, I try so hard to stick my butt in this chair and just read the chapter. But sometimes you experience something so peak, you can't help it. At least I can't help it. Like, I was one of those kids that, like me and my cousin are the same way. When we're playing something, like a game for example, and I'm excited, bro, I stand up. I'm like, let's flip and go. I'll give you an example. I used to play a lot of Call of Duty Search and Destroy, especially back in the day. You get down to the final round, bro, I'm up. I'm standing up. Y'all know what I mean? Where, the dude's like this, and then he goes like this. That was me, man. I'm up. Except instead of going like this and like this, I was already like this, and now I'm standing. So I was just naturally one of those kids that was always jumping up and excited. It followed me to my adult age. So I can't help it, man. I don't want to knock over the camera. It just happens, bro. It just flipping happens. It is because of the way this is set up. But if it's not set up this way, then how else am I supposed to set it up? All up to you, Akash Panda. You're so right. P3 comes in with a 2. Shout out to P3, yo. If you're the P3 that I think you are, all love to you. It's good to see you. Comes in with and says top 10 One Piece chapter. What the flip am I about to read? Bro, I got the mural this year. I got Instant Messenger song popping up on Elbaf this year. I got Rock's last chapter. What, like, what, man? God, I don't know, bro. But it's like, once again, just like with Josh Pointer's Super Chat, it's Ichiro Oda. The man outdoes himself every time. I don't know, man. Exciting stuff. Oh, y'all got me pumped, man. I'm ready. I'm rocking. I'm ready, bro. All love to you, P3s. Thank you so much for that. Then the Book of Eli. comes in with a 2. And yo, Book of Eli, man, awesome comment on the favorite things that you've experienced this year. Thank you so much for laying everything out, putting together detail. And I wrote down your recommendation for the novels that you left down, because I was like, yo, man, that's actually a really cool series that I'd never heard of before. And so I wrote it down, and I will definitely be checking it out at some point in the future. So all love to you for that entire thing, and I'm so glad that you've been enjoying the Trail's greatness, man. Shout out to the absolutely phenomenal Cold Steel 3, man. So it was just super dope to be able to read that comment. I appreciate both you and everyone who left a comment on that top 10 favorite experiences of the year, because it was super dope seeing everybody's responses. But he says, with a 2, you'll need all Santa hats and Jordan jerseys 100%. All right, well, I mean, with the amount of super chats we're getting, I might as well just buy Dollar General, you know? It's across the street anyway. I'd go to Dollar General and be like, hey, man, can I get every Santa hat that you have? You know, I should do that one of these days. And like, what is this guy? Yeah, I'll do it close to Christmas. I'll just walk in and be like, hey, man, can I just buy every Santa hat in the house? And the dude's gonna be like, "Are you sure? Every Santa?" I'm like, "Yeah, man. Give me the Santa that you have outside. Give me the balloon Santa you got over here. Give me the Santa hats. Just give me everything. Who cares? Just give me everything. Just give me it all. Give me a sponsorship by Dollar General, man. That way we can potentially, you know, take this thing to the moon. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what happens. But all love to you, Book of Eli, man. Thank you so much for that. Then Subra comes in with a 40, says, this chapter might move One Piece from 2.5 in that top 10. Bro. You know what's crazy? I'm a very biased One Piece fan. I'm a very, 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 very biased One Piece fan. And so the ranking the series is very difficult when comparing it to my other favorites. But man, oh man. At this point, Subra, by the end of the year, it might just be number 0 the way it is every year in my heart. You know what? No, it's... I don't know, man. Tetsuya Takahashi's too special, bro. I could see it going above Expedition 33, but this Xenoblade journey has been like one of the most special experiences I've ever had in my entire life. So... But this is Ichiro Oda. I'm not gonna doubt that. I'm not gonna doubt that. Thank you, Super. Appreciate you. Northside with a Z. My God, a member of the YouTube, of my YouTube, Supernovas, or known as the Worst Generation. Back in 2013, when I came into the YouTube game, I entered with a few other YouTubers. Among them was like Sunpatch. Shout out to Sunpatch, man. God bless her heart. I haven't seen her in so many years. Firefist Dre, my boy Terrell. Shout out to SJC. Many of us, right? They came up around the same time. And Northside with a Z was one of those individuals, man. So every time I see him, I'm like, yo, that's the longevity of the game right there, man. That's the love of the game right there. So my boy Northside, that's my guy. You know what? I got nothing but love for you. He comes in with a flipping 50 bomb. A 50! A 50, bro. And says, all caps, we here, I gotta take off my glasses to read all these zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zeros. Millie out of 10 chapter. Millie out of 10 chapter. Oh, man. I can't flipping wait, bro. Relax. Y'all, you can't hype me up and not let me read, man. I'm so excited, man. I'm so excited to see what's about to happen in this chapter. Holy fuck. Oh, 1,000,000 out of 10 is crazy, Northside. 1,000,000 out of 10, but thank you so much for the 50. I appreciate you, brother. You know I got nothing but love for you, man. And one of these days, we got to get together and talk some One Piece, man. Whether it's off camera or on camera, man. We just got to do it again, bro. Talk some shop. But appreciate you, Northside, man. You know I got nothing but love for you, brother. Rain Salim comes to membership and joins the Kingdom of Awesome Sauce. Thank you so much, Rain Salim. I saw a comment earlier that you weren't feeling well. I hope that you feel better. And that One Piece, I've always said, number one, laughter is the best medicine. Number two, One Piece is the second best medicine after laughter. And so, all love to you, Rain Salim. Hopefully, the greatness can provide some comfort here while you recover from your sickness. My boy Fiji, Fiji went 2 years as a member. By the way, Fiji, I have to tell you, man, because I talked about this last week during the stream. Your comment on the potential things that I could make videos on had my head spinning, bro. I was like, man, I don't know how I would ever tackle a top 10 favorite Shonen Jump issues video. If you ever want to collaborate and do that, bro, let me know. Because do you know how insane that would be? Our top 10 favorite weekly Shonen Jump issues is nuts, man. Nuts. I'd have to go into my super history books for that one, but when I saw your comment, I was like, dang, bro, that'd be hard, man. That'd be really tough. But if you ever want to get together to do that, bro, yo, I see, bro, let's do it, man. Let's do it. Let's flip and do it, man. Let's do it. Seriously, Fiji, bro, let's do it. Let's get together one of these days, and let's do our top 10 favorite weekly Shonen Jump issues. Oh, man. Thank you, bro, on a serious note, for the last 2 years of memberships. All right, we got a few more super chats here. Then we're going to get into the chapter. AN53 comes in with a 2 and says, this one is for the history books, coach. Feast, bro. Let's go, man. I'm for making history now. I'm for making history and for history to make me. And so, listen, man, I'm ready, dude. Y'all got me pumped up. I'm hyped, son. I can't wait for this chapter. Absolutely excited. All love to AN53. Super excited to see what is going to be written in the history books. Then, Peanut D. Robin, a.k.a. Monkey D. Robin, a.k.a. Mr. PK says, with a 2, yes, sir, daughter of dragon, half-sister of the goat, and the fire. All love to you. Peanut D. Robin, a.k.a. Monkey D. Robin, a.k.a. Mr. PK. All love to you, dog. Radman, shout out to my boy Fiji, comes in with a 10 on top of the membership. Says, I'm not even caught up in this chapter's insanity. That's how you know the chapter is peak. My boy said, I'm not even caught up, but you had to see greatness. Your world will be rocked, coach, apparently. So today had to be the day that I got a ring light, man. Now I'm scared. Now I gotta get like a piece of tape to make sure this thing doesn't move. Oh my gosh, man. That's another bar of stress to add on to to already the flipping streaming thing. So we'll see, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Shout out to the ring light, man. All love to you, Fiji, man. Crazy. That's how I know the chapter is gas. When it's even got somebody who's not even caught up to the series being like, dang, man, hold on. We gotta lock in. We gotta rock in. All love to you, Fiji, bro. Looking forward to whenever you, me, Spicy, and Nate are able to have that conversation, man. All love to you. Ape Acrobat. Oh, by the way, keep me updated on Ippo, man. To let me know when I should catch up and whatever. I can't wait to hop back onto Hajime no Ippo, bro. Then Ape Acrobat comes in with a 2 and says, generational chapter right here, coach. Let's flip and go. Oh, man. Thank you, Ape Acrobat, yo. Well, let's read these supers, get into the chapter, yo. Ape Acrobat, appreciate you. The Book of Eli comes in with a 2 and says, coach, you'll be reading this chapter standing up. I can't bring the camera with me unless I can find out how to bring the stand up. What I should do is buy one of those desks that raises and then just put the tripod on the desk and then maybe it'll come up with me. I don't know, man. We'll try to figure it out. So one of these days I should just read a chapter standing. That's what we do anyway. Thank you, Book of Eli. I appreciate you so much for that. Sweet mother of 5. And it's in our final super chat. Before we put up the poll for the title and get into the intro, Marco Cordelio comes in with a 2 and says, Among Us stream with One Piece YouTubers would be fire. Dude, I don't know how many, Marco, of the gaming One Piece YouTuber streams that you've had the opportunity to see, but one of my personal favorite streams that I've ever been a part of was when all of us were over. I'm trying to remember whose Twitch channel it was. I don't know if it was Brago's, Jay's, Roger. It was somebody. But it was the night that we were playing Mario Kart and Smash Brothers. As a matter of fact, I told Brago this. I still have a vendetta against him. Because he beat me like 4 times in a row in Smash Brothers. And I couldn't get the rematch. I've been seething over that for years, man. I'm a very competitive person. So if I get destroyed like that, I'm trying to come back. You know, I was training, I wanted my thing. I haven't had it. So my opportunity, Brago, see me in Smash, man. Even if I get destroyed again, I just gotta see you again. Well, after the Xenoblade journey, sometime later on in the year, because I can't concentrate on Smash right now. I'm playing too much Xenoblade. But seriously, you gotta see me again, Brago. You gotta see me again. But those streams are always fun. Whenever the boys are able to get together and just play some games, those of us in the One Piece community, it's always dope. So I'd love to do an Among Us stream. Oh, one more super chat came in from Raz with a 3590. Says, popped a new pack of Marlboros. This man said, I popped a new pack of Sanjis, dog. Some cigs for this chapter. Is that how stressed this chapter is making people? Gotta pop a cig? Had to go out for a smoke break? Let's go, coach, all caps. If that's not a hype comment to send us off, I'm not sure what is. That's insane. That is insane. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Let's put up the poll. Read the title. Are we reading the title? Let me get my water. Let me grab my iPad. And we're going to get into this intro. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. 28 years. 28 years, man. I've had the opportunity of being here for many different anniversary chapters. Some of which have been all-time status. But this one in particular is really special because of the arc we're in. Elbaf always felt so endgame to me that to celebrate an anniversary chapter within Elbaf is like, it almost doesn't even feel real. It felt that way the first anniversary chapter that I got in Wano. Because from the moment that I entered the community until Wano happened, that's all we'd been talking about. Like, we can't get to Wano, we can't get to Wano, we can't get to Wano. And now that we're in Elbaf, that felt so far away that it's kind of... sometimes it doesn't feel like this is all even real. Like, if it's all still a dream, right? But we're here, man. We're 25, if you count the chapters before, so we're like almost 30 chapters deep. Into Elbaf. Or, now if you count the chapters before, I think it's like, yeah, it will be 30 chapters deep. So, if you count those chapters, it's almost 30. If you don't count the chapters, like 25. Who cares? 25 chapters deep. Excuse me. Into Final Saga Odas. Elbaf greatness. And an anniversary chapter during Elbaf greatness is spooky, man. Some spooky stuff is about to happen. Some greatness is about to go down. And based on the hype session that y'all just gave me, I can't wait to see what the Rocks is cooking. As a long time fan of the game of wrestling, I can't wait for my boy Rocks Dieselbeck to do anything. Anything! I don't care what it is. We will be there no matter what. To smell what the Rocks is cooking. And oh man. All of these flipping years, man, of waiting endlessly to be like, Rocks, when is the face reveal happening? When is all this going down? We're here! We're here, man, and it's middle of Loki's flashback, it's in the middle of Elbaf, and now it is time for one of Final Saga Oda's to finest. It is time for what is bound to be a gloriful event, a masterful event. And I can't wait to experience this together with each and every single one of you on the 28th anniversary of the best-selling manga in history. Oh, once again, because I'm not sure if you'll see what happens later on this video, but just in case you're wondering, why in the Flying Flag Nurses the coach looks so good today? It's all thanks to an individual who commented on last week's chapter reaction by the name of Tay. This individual was like, yo, Recon, get a ring light. And I put my ring light, put it on the tripod, and your boy's HD con. Whether we're 144p Recon, 244p Recon, 360p Recon, 720, 1080, 1440, or 2164K. One day I'll even be 8K. One Piece might go on so long, I might be hologram Recon. But one thing's for sure, whether I'm in 144p or I'm hologram Recon, the greatness will remain the same. Because what this series has shown me for the past 28 years, even though I've only been here for like half of it, is that by the sweet mother of Flagnards, if there's one man that you never want to count out, if it's a one-on-one, you don't go against Oda. And that's why I'm here today. To be like, it is finally time for us to reach after 1155, the 28th anniversary chapter of that one. Let's go, y'all. I'm ready. Y'all are ready. 82% say read the title. It is time, man. It is flipping time. Oh, man, I'm so excited, y'all. I was already excited to read the chapter, man, but y'all hype me up, bro. I can't wait to see what's about to go down. Let's see. Where is Ichiro Oda's greatness? Okay, it's not here. Let's go to the TCB. All right. One Piece chapter. Oh, we got the. Oh, that's right. Of course, we have the cover. It's the 20th anniversary. So, on top, blue box greatness. Don't. Oh, this is my new lock screen. This is my new lock screen, bro. We got Gear 3rd on the right, Gear 2nd on the left, Gear 4th on the right, and Gear 5 on the left, with the king standing in the middle. Hold on. Yo, give me a sec. Can I send that to my phone real quick? Yo. That is, bro. Come on, man. I love this. It's just like my Treasure Cruise unit. The one that goes from like Gear 2 to Gear 5. Oh, this looks so sick. Luffy, one hand in his pocket. Other one in the straw hat. My king. Let's flipping go. Celebrating 28 years of absolute peak, man. Shout out to my guy. We got an Oda note this week. It says, Cubby Noodles. A hungry noodle... what was that thing called again? Hungry Days? Mentioned by Ichiro Oda? You know, I was just watching that those old Hungry Days videos that of like the Straw Hats and the Slice of Life stuff, and it's like, man, dude, I really, 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 really love those Hungry Days cup noodle ads, man. Like they were so unbelievably cool. Shout out to Oda, Cubby Noodles. Super cute. Great mascots are still popping up. Gyaru Cat is super adorable. Gyaru Cat. And we get into the... Oh, I already love this color spread. I already love this color spread. I don't even have to look at the rest of it. It looks colorful, and it's Luffy and Usopp free falling from the sky and showcasing exactly why they are Luffy and Usopp. Luffy's smiling as he's free falling, and Usopp's like losing his mind while he's free falling, and this is just great. Oh, I love this color spread, man. Is that Gear 5 Luffy in the cut? Wanted? Oh, it looks so sick. You got some more of the penguins. One of those early color spreads. Super nostalgic, man. Oh, I love how colorful this looks. Hot air balloon. Frankie's in the hot air balloon. Looks like he has his old hairstyle, too. Then you got Brook right here on the left. Jinbei and Nami. Nami's terrified for her life. Sanji's like, come here. Zoro's walking on the bridge because he's that dude. Robin's also walking on the bridge. Shout out to Robin. Chopper's not terrified. Shout out to Chopper. The Chopper's in the bridge too. Be like, yo, let's flip and get it. Let's go. He's on his mission. In the present day of the manga, he's on a mission, and so we're seeing that continue on within the color spread. Oh, this is great. Definitely one of my favorite recent color spreads. Really nice stuff. Really nice stuff. Love the penguins right here as well. It's just all really nice, man. Really beautiful stuff. Akash Panda comes in with a 2 and says, jump cover text, gear of adventure keeps rising. Oh, that's for the jump cover? That is beast. That's beast, yo. Gear of adventure. Thank you, Akash Panda. I'm gonna save this color spread as well, man. Looking nice. Looking nice. No, I don't need an antivirus. What in the world is this? License payment has failed. That ain't mine. That's all I know. Anyway, let's get in the chapter. This is Elbaf, but... Oh, we're continuing where we left off. Loki! Oh, you know what? I'm putting on the jersey, bro. It's Loki. I already know I'm about to see rocks. Automatic. What have I said? What have I been consistent about throughout all of these years on the channel, man? If any chapter has any of the legends in it, it's a 40 out of 10 chapter. And if Loki's in the chapter and he's about to converse with my dog Rocks, that's it. That's it. 40 out of flipping 10, man. 40 out of 10. This is Elbaf, but Pops ain't here. He's on a voyage. And of course, he ain't talking about Whitebeard Pops, he's talking about his Pops, King Harold. You're all puny humans. It's the first time I've ever seen one moving around for real. Loki's like, it's my first time ever seeing a regular human. How cute. Hang on, did you just say Pops? You're Harold's kid? Was that Rox that said that? Rox, the legendary pirate, came to Elbaf, but why? Chapter 1155, the Rox... You can't just title the chapter that, bro! That's like Xenosaga 3 titling itself, Thus Spake Zarathustra, which it did, in German, by the way. Also Sprach Zarathustra, which had me shook. Especially within series context. But the One Piece chapter 1155, the 28th anniversary chapter, mind you, titling itself the Rox Pirates, the most legendary pirate group ever. Holy flagnards. Watch your mouth. Do I look like I take orders from a human? Wait, hold on. Am I reading this in the right order? Akash Panda, remind me. I've been reading comics again. What order do I read the manga panel page again? Where do I look first? Mods, help your boy out. Which, this happens every time I start reading comics again, man. Which way do I read again? Coming off of this. It's right first, right? Is it right? Right to left. Thank you, right to left. Thank you. I'm telling you, every single time I've been reading comics, like I talked about in the top 10 experiences of the year. So every time that happens, it throws me off. It throws me off. Thank you. You know, Vintage, so I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Y'all understand. Bro, it's just, it happens. You know, you start reading Fantastic Four, and all of a sudden, your stuff gets reversed. You know, I got done reversing. Anyways, Rox, I'm guessing he can still be reached even if he's far away, right? What's your name? Loki. Alright, Loki, just do what I tell you. Head on home and get someone to send urgent words to your pops. Tell him to say, Loki has been seriously hurt. You've got to return to Elbaf at once. And that's when Loki says, watch your mouth, or do I look like I take orders from a human? So before he says that, Rox is like, yo. Rox tells the man, this is what's about. This is either what's about to happen, or I'm gonna protect you from what could happen. So you either follow these orders, or something's gonna follow suit. You know? Head on home and get someone to send urgent words to your pops and tell him to say, Loki has been seriously hurt. You've got to return to Elbaf at once. Yo, Rox is like he's used to saying stuff like this. Yo, man. I can't believe we're seeing Rox like he's just in the manga, dude. You seriously expect my father to drop everything just because I'm hurt? Yeah. Yeah, right. Besides, someone as weak looking as you has no right to boss me around. Weak looking? Do you know who this man is? This is the dude! This is him! Himothy! Off the bat? Right off the bat, bro? This man charges it up. You know, I was listening to Home Run Derby the other day. He's winding it up, man. Like remember in the Roger and Whitebeard chapter when they both were like winding it up, and you saw the Conquerors flowing. This dude Rox winds up the sword. Conquerors is flowing from it, bro. To put this into perspective, the dude is rocking with his East Blue crew. And with the East Blue crew, not even the captain of the Rox Pirates yet. And he's already rocking Conquerors. Rox's swordsmanship. My slam dunk volume fell. Rox's swordsmanship. A Mihawk victim? No. Chad, I'm playing. Chad, I'm playing. Anyways. Rox's swordsmanship was renowned for its brutal impact. I just noticed this is the narrator. Rox's swordsmanship was renowned for its brutal impact, akin to a giant hammer or cannon fire. Brutal impact, akin to a giant hammer or cannon fire. So, what you're telling me is that Rox, when he slices something, it's doing so with the impact, the palo, of a ginormous hammer. What we saw Loki rocking in the present time. When Loki hits someone with the hammer, that's what we're seeing when Rox brings out his sword. From just the impact, not even with conkers, just the impact. Or cannon fire. Meaning the strength of the attack, just physically, is out of this world. It was said to blow everything in the surrounding vicinity away. It was said to blow everything in the surrounding vicinity away. It slices? You see? This man Loki looks like Mayuri's Bankai here. So not Zehaha, but Vo. There we have it. Loki has been seriously hurt. So Rox came in. Said, you don't want to talk? Alright, we don't have to talk. Slices at Loki's knees and laughs and says, hey, would you look at that? Loki's been seriously hurt. You know, Rox is a funny dude. He might actually be Buggy's dad for real. Harold's path crossed with this madman once before. Harold's path crossed with this madman once before. When? It happened during the road. That's right, of course, because he was there to witness when the murder happened. Are we going to see what happened? It happened during the reverie that year. Someone attacked and kidnapped 5 of the kings? Unbelievable. That big man in black has to be the culprit. Okay. Well, it's customary. Where is it at? Every time Emu shows up, it's customary. Where is it at? Is it this one? I think I got it. Emu showed up. We got to put it in reverse. Oh my god, bro! We're seeing Emu and what Emu was doing at this point in the flipping reverie, dog! Oh, where's my hat, man? So we're gonna see Rox meet Harold, and we got Emu? The lives of those sovereigns? The sovereigns? The sovereigns? The sovereigns from the Roger flashback? The lives of those sovereigns cannot be used to extort Mu. Emu speaks no, so he's not talking about the sovereigns from the Roger flashback. The lives of those sovereigns cannot be used to extort Mu. Butterflies in the distance. The lives? Oh, the 5 kings. That's what it is. Thank you. Because for some reason, every time I see the sovereigns in this series, it reminds me of the flipping Roger flashback. Okay, so it is the kings. Emu doesn't even care about the flipping Gorosei. You think he's going to care about 5 kings? The lives of those sovereigns cannot be used to extort Mu. Bro, Emu is a spooky individual. Bro, look at Emu's hand. Just look at what I'm looking. How did this? I'm telling y'all, bro. I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. I can't own an Emu plushie, bro. This thing terrifies me. It legit terrifies me. Just look at it. Look at it, man. What? What in the flying flagnards is going on? What in the... Wait! 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 Hold on! Hold on! Wait! 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 Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh! Wait! 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 I know that ain't who I think it is! I know that ain't who I think it is! I know that ain't who I think it is! Yo... This man's in the flower room. He's in the flower chamber. Most of the people in this verse don't even know the emu exists. Sabo barely made it out alive out of the empty throne room. This might be crazier than that. You know what that is? It's one thing to invade someone at their job. Emu's on the chair. Okay, Emu's on the chair. To invade Emu in his bedroom? In the place where my dog probably sleeps? In his quarters? Oh, Rocks might be him for real. This is why he has the emperors under him. This is why he was Roger's greatest rival. He don't care! He pulled up on Emu! Mid-reverie! And he's aura farming! He's got the gun on one hand. He pulled up on the flower chamber. Oh my goodness, dude. This is one of the craziest panels in the entire series, bro. What in the world? No kidding. He's talking to Emu. The lives of those sovereigns cannot be used to extort Mu. No kidding. Hold on. Dog, this doesn't even feel like this is a real chapter. Rocks is conversing with Emu. Rocks is conversing, having a conversation with Emu in the flipping flower room. No kidding. No kidding. Like, yeah, Emu, you're right, dog. Yeah, man, like that's crazy, bro. You know, that's crazy business, dog. You know. He's calling him bro. This is One Piece talk for bro. He's like, yo, Emu, bro, what's good? Like, ¿qué pasa? ¿Cómo está un amigo? Está todo bien, sí, gracias a Dios. You know, he's like, bro. Casually speaking. To the king of the verse. Like he's his homie, like he's his dog. And he infiltrated his room. No kidding. But it threw the Holy Land into total chaos, didn't it? This is nuts. This is nuts. The incident would be the first and last of its kind. So the incident of like the kings being taken, the incident would be the first and last of its kind. What in all of the Flagnars, bro? I can't stop looking at this panel, bro. It's Rox, it's Emu, it's even the individuals like Emu-sama. You know that in the episode when Emu first gets revealed to have the name Emu, and an old girl was like, Emu-sama, doko dakara desu kana, whatever the Flagnar she says in Japanese. Emu-sama. Even Emu-sama girl is there. An intruder made it all the way to the flower room. Oh, an intruder. The fact that Emu's so nonchalant about it, like, yeah, what can I do about it, you know? What can I do? What can I do? Are you kidding me? An intruder made it all the way to the flower room, hidden deep within the Holy Land. Is that Gunko? Am I tripping? Is that Gunko? It's got the double eyes. I love how she even has like a nun's thing to even go on with all like the god stuff we've been talking about in regards to Emu and how Emu continuously like uses all of these things. Is that Gunko? Saintless, yo, that's right. That is the official name after the volume thing. Saintless Mayor Gunko. Dog. So Gunko was the Emu-sama girl this entire time? You're telling me that Brooke has a connection to the individual who stands number 2? Oh, and not literally number 2, but you know, the person who's always with Emu? I can't stop. This page doesn't feel real. This page doesn't feel real. We cut back to the Reverie. Emu starts speaking. And Rox. This dude Rox is having a casual conversation with Emu in his room. This might be the I've seen some crazy panels in my lifetime as a manga fan. This is one of those, like, I never in a million years would I ever have imagined a panel like this. I need Luffy to do this end of series. Just pull up. This is crazy. It continues? The narrator, Emu did, yo, this might be the clearest look we've ever had at Emu, like base Emu. So we cut over Gunko with the thing, and Emu looks back. Yo, oh snap. Are we good? Flipping Emu, man, always haunting me. Yo, Emu's hair. Look at the back. Look at the back. Either Emu's wearing something similar to Gunko, with a crown too, or Emu has long hair. Look at that. It's either long hair or a helmet. I don't know, man. That's a crazy silhouette. The narrator says, the man claimed to be a Davy Jones... Who? Davy Jonesian? Oh my god! Davy Jones is a pirate manga. It's still a pirate manga. It's still my pirate manga, baby. Yes! Davy flipping Jones. You know something? Of all of this time, we've been speculating. Will Davy Jones ever come into the picture? We've heard about Davy Jones' locker. The Flying Dutchman actually exists in this series. What in the world is a Davy Jonesian pirate? Was Davy Jones an actual dude in the Void Century? Or even maybe before that? The man claimed to be a Davy Jonesian pirate. I'm assuming he's talking about Rox. So Rox claims to be a Davy Jonesian pirate. I wonder what that can even mean. Davy Jones, bro. The man claimed to be a Davy Jonesian pirate. So because he claimed to be a Davy Jonesian pirate, Emu allowed him into the flower room? Is that what I'm getting at? Is that what the narrator's getting at? I feel like I just got like 7 big reveals back to back. I don't know how to take this. The man claimed to be a Davy Jonesian pirate. He knew there was nothing more he could do in that moment. So he withdrew with these words. Rox? Rox, just wait. He's smiling. He's smiling. Yo, Rox, you've already won me over, bro. You're my guy. You're my flipping guy, dude. Just wait. One day, I'll be back. This man told Emu, just you wait, I'll be back with weapons. He's straight up in him with the Arnold, bro. I'll be back. Yo, Rox is him. He went up to the king of the verse and was like, yo, I may not be able to do anything about this now. You may have whooped me now, but just you wait. Oh, I'll be back. So I'm assuming Rox probably, assuming he has the teleportation ability thing that we saw at the end of last week's chapter, he probably teleported out of there right after he said that. And that's how he was able to stay alive. Oh, now I understand why Emu wanted to destroy God Valley, man. So Rox knew about Emu even before all of that God Valley stuff. So he was looking into taboo subjects, specifically because of maybe this connection to being a Davy Jonesian pirate. So he knew about all of this. Maybe during the Reverie, what he wanted to do was potentially confirm whether Emu existed or not. So he went over, met with Emu, claimed these things, got to see Emu's reaction, was like, okay, it's real. All this stuff is real. That is fascinating, man. That is so incredibly interesting. Like, yo, exactly told Emu, I'm spinning the block, baby. I'm coming back to run it. Yo, this... Bro, I don't have enough Santa hats. Y'all were right, man. Yo. This is crazy, dude. I lost my Santa hats, actually. I don't know where they went. Oh my god, bro. Yo, this doesn't feel like a one. This feels like somebody like made up like one of those fan-made chapters. But it's real, dude. A Davy Jonesian pirate, man. What does that mean? You know, for so long we've speculated about the Will of D being connected to Davy Jones. Dude. Unreal, bro. Unreal. Rox pulled up on Emu and said, "You may have beaten me this time, but I'll come back. I'm spinning the block." That's nuts. Okay, we gotta continue the chapter. I'll come back to this. I just gotta look at it one more time. Let me look at it one more time. Look at this panel, bro. He's looking at Emu and Gunko. Davy Jonesian pirate. Oh, Rox, you're him, man. I don't gotta see anything else. You're him. You are him, man. What? To Emu? Naturally, this incident would never be brought to light, of course. The narrator continues. Ironically, on that very day, there was another intruder in the Holy Land. I'm going to assume that was probably Harold, right? Look, it's so much bigger than a normal giant. I want it as a slave. No, we should kill it and have it stuffed. Guards, protect the nobles. Hot! Hot, hot! I'm sorry, the negotiations went south. Kaido! Oh, no, that's not Kaido. Y'all, can you blame me? My brain is fried. Oh my god, my ring light. No! 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 Wait! 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 Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I got it. I got it. Wait a minute. Hold on. No. No, man. We can't be doing this, bro. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, we're back. We're back. We're back. Okay. Woo! Okay, can you blame me? Bro, my brain is so fried, I can't even tell the difference between anything right now. Obviously, King Harold. Obviously, King Harold. Bro, I saw the scales on his shirt. I saw the horns. I was like, little boy, Kaido, you know? Regardless. Harold. Hot. I think we're still rolling, yeah. Hot, hot, hot. I'm sorry the negotiations went south. And I know trespassing is a crime, but isn't all this going a bit too far? Don't let the King Napper. King Napper is actually a really cool way of addressing this, man. King Napper is nuts. That's nuts. Get away! That wasn't me, I swear. An admiral was murdered. The culprit ran towards the castle. Proceed with caution. Rox, it's just one thing after the other. Seize that big one! That must be the guy who kidnapped the kings. How dare he use me as a scapegoat? I'll show him. A giant in the Holy Land? Don't you kind lurk in the booties? The boomies is nuts. They clashed! Harold comes in with his big behind sword. So does Rox. They boxed in the Holy Land? The clash between... You know what, man? all this stuff out of here. I'm tired of it falling, bro. Well, Rox is in a chapter. I'm just leaving these off. I'm just leaving them off. I'm leaving them off, man. Hold on. Bro, he clashes. Conquers clash. Goes in. We see the two. The clash between the two strangers blew away everyone within a 5 kilometers? 5 kilometers! 5 kilometers! This dude just finished looking at Emu. He just finished leaving Emu's chamber. Do you know what this is? This is if like Michael Jeffrey Jordan, back in like 1996, dropped 70. And then they asked him, yo MJ, you can't go to the bar tonight. You gotta run another game tonight. You just finished playing the Sonics. You gotta go play the Jazz. And MJ's like, bet. And he goes out here and drops 60. This man Rox just finished dropping 70 in Emu's room. Left his room. And he immediately got in a Yo, shout out to Harold, by the way. Shout out to Harold. Harold is him. What? The clash between the two strangers blew away everyone within a 5 kilometer radius. Whoa! State your name. I can't believe... Yo... It's Harold. Oh, they're already getting along. They're already getting along, man. I'm Rox. Angle your next strike toward the town. They'll enslave you if you get caught. Huh? Why? See, man, Rox is a good dude, bro. He's a good dude who does piratey things, which is what I was expecting. But he's like, yo, man, put it towards the town. Because if you don't, they're gonna enslave you. And he's like, yo, I'm looking out for you, man. Like, you're my guy. Huh? Why? Don't ask questions. Ah! How do I get to Elbaf? He got on his shoulder and he asked him, how do I get to Elbaf? Oh, because he probably knew about the mural, right? Or knew potentially about, maybe due to the same reason why he knows that Emu's alive, he probably knew that, oh, if I go to Elbaf, I'll find out something more about the time period. So that must be why he was probably interested in Elbaf, right? How do I get to Elbaf? The new world is that way. Whoa! If you survive this, let's meet again, Harold. Don't be ridiculous, as if I'd ever associate with a criminal like you. What the? Are you seriously just gonna jump off the edge? Rox, the narrator. Rox had taken down a Navy admiral. I forgot. How could I forget? He took out an admiral, pulled up on Emu, and had a conqueror's clash with Harold. He took out an admiral single-handedly. Then took 5 kings hostage. Pulled up on Emu. Said, I'll be back. And then ran a conqueror's clash, and he's not done. Now he's pulling up on Elbaf. Yo, Rox, bro. You already won my heart, man. You're my guy. Rox had taken down a Navy admiral just moments earlier. Despite all the efforts to save him, the admiral did not survive. I don't know what I find so funny about this narration, but the idea Because what I'm thinking... See, this is the problem of being in the One Piece community for as long as I have, man. Because I know that this panel right here is going to be used to fuel more agenda piece than possibly any other panel before it. I'm going to read this one more time. I'm going to read this one more time for the agenda piece legends out there. Despite all the efforts to save him, the Admiral did not survive. Oh my... Bro, Oda might be doing this stuff on purpose, man. I have no doubt that he has a burner in our community and is like, bro, how do I rile these guys up today? How do I rile them up? That is a crazy way to word that statement, man. It was deemed the most grievous of sins. Yo, look at his bounty poster. His bounty poster is him doing the buggy tongue, the Blackbeard laugh, and also going towards the screen like he's Luffy. I love this bounty poster, man. This bounty poster goes hard. Hard, bro. Like, really, really nice, man. Really, really nice. Really nice. In the blink of an eye, Rox's infamy boomed. The event sent a powerful shock throughout the seas. Sometime later, a ship carrying a great amount of celestial tribute to Mighty Joel was attacked. The gates of justice were destroyed and the attacker fled the sea. The stolen funds were later used to support Rock's pirates' activities. Let me read this one more time. Sometime later, a ship carrying a great amount of celestial tribute to Mighty Joel was attacked. The gates of justice were destroyed and the attacker fled the sea. The stolen funds were later used to support Rock's pirates' activities. Until that point, Rox had always acted against the world government. But after that, he started to target pirates too. In the world of pirates, there exists a long-standing tradition known as a Davy back fight. Oh! Oh no, this is my agenda piece! Yo, JD Legend last week, shout out to my guy. He was like, yo, this is my week, I won. Oh, I won. Oh, I flipping win, man. Let me tell y'all something. As the biggest Davy back fight fan in this community, this is my time! Oh, but King Recon is filler! Oh! That is! Let's flipping go, man! In the world of pirates, there exists a long-standing tradition known as a Davy back fight. Oh my god! Pirate crews would compete in a series of matches, wagering their flags, or even their crewmates, in a truly ruthless game. Don't tell me that's how he got his crew members, bro. Don't tell me he engaged in a Davy back fight and that's how he managed to get all the goats on his crew, dog. You see him in the boxing match. Oh. Of course. A Davy Jonesian pirate. The Davy back fight. There's nothing more piratey than that. How did I not put 2 and 2 together? Of course he'd be doing Davy back fights. Rox used this tradition to build his entire crew. Now everything makes so much sense. I always wondered, how did they ever like how did Commissioner Oda, you know how in the NBA they always veto trades when the team is about to get too powerful? I was like, how did Commissioner Oda ever allow the Rock's Pirates to exist? It was too much talent on one team, man. Too much skill. It shouldn't exist. Someone should have vetoed it. Emu should have vetoed it a long time ago. But how can you veto this? He won each crew member fair and square. In a David back fight. That is so cool, bro. He's a pirate's pirate. I always, throughout my entire time with the series, I always felt like Blackbeard was the most pirate in the series. Turns out his pops might be the most pirate. This is the most piratey of pirate I've ever pirated. This is nuts, man. He's more piratey than Captain Jack Sparrow, bro. Rocks used this tradition to build his entire crew. And you see Whitebeard and Shiki. Oh, this is so cool, man. Rock says, they've got an amazing guy. You lose it when you see him. He's talking about Harold, right? They had won many scoundrels to their side before they even had a flag. He didn't even have a flag. He was just winning Daveback fights. After that, they made their way to Elbaf. That's it. Oh. Bro, before we even go, I already saw that's a double page spread. I'm sorry, man. Bro, before we get into the next page, I just have to say, this chapter isn't real. I woke up in the Matrix, and we're like an alternate reality, bro. Bro. This stuff is crazy, man. It's making me a little emotional, bro, because it's like... the series is really coming to a close, bro. This is it, man. Like Oda's not holding back, bro. We're getting the reveals, we're getting the answers. This is crazy, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Elbaf Quest Castle. I can't see the text that small. I need my glasses. Oh no. I rushed home as fast as I could. But I'm glad you've already turned the corner in your recovery, thank goodness. I know that you're strong, Loki. But you shouldn't wander into the realm of the dead. You got lucky with nothing more than after that falling off the cliff. There's plenty more dangers just lurking deeper inside. And Harold, of course, has made his return. Dad really came back? It has to be a coincidence. He wouldn't have come for me. And of course, because Loki doesn't value himself, as we've seen throughout the course of this flashback. Due to what happened with his mother, he's not used to love. He's not used to getting cared for. So when his dad came back for him, he was like, he couldn't have come back for me. It has to be a coincidence, right? Like, no one would ever do such a kind thing for me. Rocks, I've heard all about your crimes. What are you doing here? I missed you, Harold. Dude, what I love about Rocks in just this short interaction is that he really is like a dude's dude. I can't tell you the amount of times I've had an interaction with someone that's lasted like 15 seconds. And if I were to see that individual again, I'd hug them like they were a brother. It's just something about a connection you make sometimes with people where you 30 seconds all you need. That's a brother for life, man. You know what I'm saying? And Rocks had a clash with Harold. And that's all it took for the both of them to be like, you know, I rock with you. I really do rock with you. And I think that's so cool. Because that's real. It's real. That's how it is, man. Oh, he's so Luffy coded, bro. This man says, you gotta join my crew. That is awesome. The world government won't hear you out, right? You get it? Now the time has come. Don't be stupid. If I anchor myself with a thug like you, I'll lose all the goodwill I've built up with all my allies. Oh, that's so great, man. He's like, brother, you gotta join my crew, man. Yo, Rox, I really do rock with you, bro. Oh, he's awesome. This is a real feast. Gee, This dude with the chin and the thing looks very like someone like I know. Man, I might be tripping. So what I do with a suit? My dog, bro, Shiki's in the manga. It's just so crazy. I can't believe it, bro. Like, Shiki in the manga, man. Nuts. Then you've got, I forgot his name, but he was one of the Thriller Bark zombies, right? The dude in the back. Because I can tell by the suit of armor. Was it Captain John? Was that his name? I'm trying to remember, man. Let me see. Oh, B just pops? The Godfather? Oh, no wonder. Look at him. This man had Capone, gang, Beji's flipping pops. Pops. That's crazy. That is nuts. That's awesome. So, oh man, bro, Whitebeard's downing y'all remember Gaara's sand gourd? He's downing that but filled with sake. Is that a coat? Who in the flying flatters? This is on the left. Rocking the coat, yo. Anybody who rocks the coat is raw to me, you know what I'm saying? And all of them are rocking the coat. He sure is big. Stassi, yo. Like, bro, what a crew. And this was only like the beginnings of the crew, bro. Like, that is nuts. Nuts. What of it? Aren't those allies government pawns? What's the point of reaching for something that's impossible? You gotta level the playing field. Don't be a wet blanket, Harold. Elbaf has the greatest warriors in the world. If something churns your stomach, you should just crush it. That's the old way. Elbaf has changed. People never change. That same bloodlust is still pulsing through you. Hey, can't you two just enjoy the meal? You guys should know that if you follow a man like him, you'll only be led to ruin. Following that moron? Gee, don't make me laugh. We're all completely out for ourselves. None of us would bat an eye if Rox died. Yo, Shiki, you're just saying that, but I know you would be the first one to be ballin', man. Shiki the Wicked. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Shiki the Wicked, future golden lion, and we're getting Oda boxes like that Gorosei spread. Well, that's not to say his plans don't have a certain appeal. They could prove very lucrative. Miss Buckin the Tech Bandit. Buckingham Stassi. Yo, man, the squad. Have you heard of Hachinosu? Hachinosu? The place they call the Isle of Exiles. Or the Isle of Exiles. Or even Pirate Island. Countries all around the world send their worst inmates there as a form of penal exile. That's very fascinating. And you want to know why I find that so interesting? Because Blackbeard founded most of his crew in Impel Down, which is pretty much almost the same exact thing, right? Where a lot of the world's worst pirates were sent down to level 6. And Blackbeard took a lot of those people to join his crew. And in a similar vein, that's what we're seeing here, right? Like, that's where they send their worst inmates there. And lo and behold, that's where Blackbeard became the king, where no one would mess with him on that very same island. And I just find that to be so cool. Don Marlin. Don Marlin! Oh, that has to be paying homage to Marlon Brando, the actor from from back in the day. Gangster from the West Blue. Oh, that's, Don Marlin goes hard. That's a fire name. That's a fire name. It was, oh my boy, Fatherbeard. It was meant to be a barren island with no food, where all you could was wait for death. Edward Newgate, future Whitebeard, one of my goats, man. But last year the survivors started banding together. Why do you think that happened? This man's tongue. Pirate Prophet Ochoku. Prophet. Pirate Prophet Ochoku, future Commodore of Pirate Island. Fascinating. Believe it or not, Ripley's believe it or not, the island had a massive gold deposit. A shadowy organization found out and got involved, and they helped the criminals amass a fortune. And that really pissed off the government. Gonzui the Smuggler. The Smuggler. These days, anyone who gets near the island gets swarmed by the hardened criminals. Gets swarmed by the hardened criminals. They'll strip you of everything. So then we cut a deal with the government. I asked, how much you're going to pay us if we take back that island for you guys? Once we get the money, we'll take down Pirate Island and split the mountain load of loot between us. But there's no way in hell we're just handing over the island and those criminals after that. You get it? I love that they're just sitting on the food. I'll take charge of Hachinosu, and with these dumb flagnards under me, we'll turn it into a pirate paradise. I can already see the government and Marines standing there like clueless dogs. Oh, yo, he was a plotter, man. My guy was plotting at all times. Maybe he didn't even know that his son would one day do that, actually do that. At least he's taking over the island part. This is just the prologue of my life, to my life. Using that island as me base. He's even doing pirate speech. Me base. Using that island as me base. He's talking like Mr. Krabs, man. Yo, Rox has everything, bro. This man's goated. I'll crush the Navy, bring the Holy Land crashing down. I'll crush the Navy, bring the Holy Land crashing down, and after that, I'm gonna be king of the... Rocks! Where's my phone finger at, man? Yo. This dude. This flipping dude, bro. Let's go, man. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Oh, so Ochoku is Wang Zi from Thank you for pointing that out. I was like, man, why does this dude look so familiar? Wang Zi from Thriller Bark. See, I wouldn't. Oh, that's right. They did say that. That Wang Zi was later the Commodore of Pirate Island. That's so true. I'm so glad that y'all pointed that out. I forgot about that. They did say that Wang Zi was the Commodore of the island. Yeah. Man, shout out to Rocks, dude. I'm gonna be king of the world, bro. He just has an energy. You just want to follow the guy. Loki, look at Loki. He's speaking through the door, being like, "Man, this is his." When Yamato was reading the stories of Roger, right, and Odin, and things like that, and we saw that chapter 10-15 or episode 10-15 moment. This is that for Loki, where Loki's entire way of looking at life is changing right now. Like seeing a dude who lives the way that Rox does. It changes a person, man. And that's so cool. That's exactly what happened with Luffy and Shanks, right? Your enemies are too big. You're picking a fight with the whole planet. Say what you want. One day someone's bound to pull it off. Oh. Say what you want. One day someone's bound to pull it off. Someone's bound to pull it. Someone's bound to pull it off. You know what I'm saying? You better believe someone's gonna pull it off, man. Ah, I will be there, bro. There is no such thing as power that lasts forever. Join me, Harold. If we team up, we will be unstoppable. He's a coach, bro. He's a coach. Yo, he's a coach, man. He's a coach. He's a recruiter. All right, man. This is my guy. He's speaking my language. He's speaking my language, bro. Hold up. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. Where is it at? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to I believe it's the 4th edition of the Coaches Cam. What we have here is a Rox, who is undoubtedly the king of recruitment. First ever HD edition of Coaches Cam, mind you. So we have as a Rox. We're actually going to draw just a regular rock. So this is just a rock. It's a square, but we'll call it a rock. This is rock. All right? If you smell what rocks is good. This is rock, right? Rox has all of the goated pirates. All of the goated pirates. Each and every single one of them. But is he satisfied? Of course not. Greatness is never satisfied. Greatness only wants more greatness. Those who are truly meant to be kings of the world, they aren't satisfied with being great. They want to be legends. They want to stamp their names in history. So what does Rock do after going 12-0? Through all this time, Rock says, I gotta go out and recruit. And so what does Rox do? Rox goes out to King Harold over on Elbath and says, I gotta go get me one more. Just one. Because then there will we truly be unstoppable. But we know that his journey doesn't end there. Because even after Harold, he gets Kaido. He gets Big Mom. He continues because all he wants is to build a team for greatness. All he wants is to go out and be the king of the world, and he believes he can be the king of the world. And because he believes, he can do. Rox is him, man. He's teaching me, and I've been coaching for a long time. He's him, man. He's him. He's running a play that I can't comprehend yet. Because I can't go out here and just get 5-star recruits. Yamato rejected me. Vivi rejected me. Momonosuke rejected me. Would Rox have taken no for an answer? He wouldn't have. And as simple as that. As simple as that, man. And that's why Rox is that guy. Rox is that guy, man. That's what he's willing to do. There is no such thing as power that lasts forever. Join me, Harold, and if we team up, we'll be unstoppable. And Loki's listening to all of this. Quit inviting me. I told you I'm the king. That doesn't matter. And Loki says, the world. I'm gonna claim it. The whole damn world. He really is serious about claiming the world, bro. That's what he wants. He wants the world. He will not be satisfied until he has the world, bro. And when you have an ambition that great, you can see why he's able to pull up on Instant Messenger Sama. You can see why he's able to be the way that he is. His ambitions go far beyond what all of this other stuff that's going on is. It's like, no, that is what I want. That is what I want. I know my clear objective is. That's why I'm so excited to see what Luffy's actual dream is. You know, same thing with Blackbeard. Because, like, then we'll understand why these individuals are willing to do as much as they are for their dreams. Loki suddenly realized he had found his salvation. Loki suddenly realized he had found salvation. Oh, man. Four years passed, and Harold continued rejecting numerous invitations he received until one day, Rox's plan had finally reached its fruition. Backed by his monstrous crew, he would send shockwaves. The Rox Pirates. Look at the flag. He would send shockwaves. Set sail, you bastards! Throughout the world. next week, of course. Of course. Of flipping course. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was told earlier this week that there would be a break. Ah, that hurts. But I feel like we have enough content to talk about for months. Oh man. Dude. No lie. No lie, man. If this keeps up, if this year keeps up the way that it is, One Piece's best years are gonna be challenged, man. This is actually crazy. This is, without question, a chapter of the year contender to me. And if y'all watched my top 10 favorite One Piece chapters of all time video, you would know, that the mural chapter is in my top 10 favorite chapters of all time in One Piece. So the fact that I'm contemplating whether that's still my favorite chapter of the year or not is saying a lot on how good all of these chapters lately have been. This is crazy, man. This was an all-time chapter. This is like when we were getting those Roger flashback chapters, but with stuff that's just as unbelievable. If not even more so, because Rox was such a mysterious dude. Like, we understood Roger's journey, but we don't know Rox's journey. We know where it eventually ends, but we don't know the journey leading up to it. And so in Rox's case, it's so fascinating. And so next time we come back, we're going to see the continuation of that and how they continue to send shockwaves throughout the world. The Rox Pirates. Dude, unbelievable chapter, man. Like, this... Yo, I can't blame you for that, Brez boy. I can't blame y'all, man. I really can't blame y'all. Oh no, for sure, Raph, and that's still my panel of the year. Like I said, that's still my chapter of the year. But the fact that I'm contemplating it this hard, because this chapter was peak, bro. This chapter was peak. Last week's chapter, there's just been so many great chapters this year. But like I thought for certain when the mural came out, there's no way that's gonna be challenged, because that was such a game-breaking chapter for me. But man, bro, this entire chapter was legendary. And you know, the word legendary can be used to describe a lot of things. This is one of them. This entire chapter felt like I was experiencing a legend, man. This was like a Legend of Galactic Heroes episode in a chapter. Like one of those, Legend of Galactic Heroes used to have these really cool segments in the episodes, where it would be like a documentary-esque sequence going through its history. So it would be really fascinating stuff. I wish One Piece would do that. Like in just a random anime episode, we just have like a dude comes up on screen. And it's like, so back in 1897 or whatever, and it shows like a documentary. It's like if you're watching the History Channel, but it was within the anime. It was such a cool episode. One of the coolest anime episodes I've ever seen. But bro, that's what this chapter felt like. Where the narrator was like really making it feel like a legendary event. Like all these things were super legendary events. It's like from the Rox's swordsmanship, with the brutal impact akin to a giant hammer or cannon fire, said to blow everything in the surrounding vicinity away. Then the emu stuff. Bro, from seeing emu to seeing Rox inside of the flower chamber, to seeing Gunko, to seeing emu with the Davy Jonesian pirate thing. Then he said, "Just wait, one day I'll be back." Then he meets with Harold. They have a Conqueror's Clash. Yo. We get to see Rox's bounty poster. The Davy back fight has more story relevance. A formal introduction to some of the core members of the Rox Pirates. Seeing how Loki fell for Rox as an individual, as a concept. Seeing Rox as a person, as a dude. And now we're gonna see what they actually did. Next chapter. I don't know what to say, man. We see Hachinosu in the distance. I didn't even realize this. We see Hachinosu in the distance here. Rox's planet finally reaches fruition, backed by his monstrous crew. Oh, man. Bruh, if we see God Valley in this flashback, like the true God Valley incident in this flashback. This arc ceiling is scary, bro. It really is scary. It's scary, man. Unbelievable chapter. I just gotta go back one more time and look at this panel again. This dude Rox was seriously aura farming inside of Emu's flower chamber, bro. This is one of the craziest panels I've ever seen, man. Bro, I thought Lafitte pulling up on the Reverie, or not on the Reverie, in the meeting between the Shichibukai was crazy. Rox did that, but on Emu, and forced Emu to listen to him. Oh, dog, yo, this chapter was flipping gas, man. This chapter was unbelievable. Now I understand why y'all were telling me. Bro, we're already 2 hours in. How long was I reading the chapter? For the viewing experience, I apologize. But I couldn't help it, man. Yo, this stuff was crazy. What a crazy, crazy, crazy chapter, man. Davy Jonesy and Pirate. He pulled up on Emu, bro. Yo, this might be the chapter of the year. I'm sorry, Mural. Yo. Oh, man. Yo, bro, I promise y'all, because the thing is, right? If we finish this flashback this year, we're going to have the end of the flashback and when we get back to the present, if we finish the flashback this year. So if we finish the flashback this year, we go back into the present, we potentially see Luffy and Emu clash. If that's in the same year as all of this, I don't even know. If we see the God Valley incident on top of all this, then we see the tragic ending to this flashback. We cut back to the present, have Luffy and Loki peak flipping fiction. Oh. Yeah. This year, it might challenge the year that we got the Kuma flashback with the Reverie stretch of like the Divine Departure and Galaxy Impact and the Emu stuff, and the year with the Gear 5 stuff, man. Like this is, and then even before that, the Odin flashback year with the 957 Ultimate and like the Laugh Tale stuff, all in the same year. I mean, yo, this is, and then of course the Reverie year, the 2018 stuff, which is an amazing year. This is gonna be right up there with them, man. God, man. You know, you could have told me a lot of things. You know, Bweezy Bird, shout out to Bweezy Bird. When Bweezy Bird told me to get off social media, Bweezy Bird was like, this chapter feels what was the correct verbiage? Bweezy Bird was like, get off social media. This chapter doesn't feel like it's real or something, or he told me that something about like the chapter feeling fake, or something like that. They shouldn't even exist. And I was like, man, that's insane. And so, but I get what Bweezy Bird is saying now. Like, the chapter really does feel fictitious. Like, imagine telling yourself with this knowledge, like 10 weeks ago, we're gonna see Rox. And when we see Rox, the first thing that we're gonna see him do is body an admiral, go in to Emu's flower chamber, have a golden moment to where Emu has to listen to Rox, and then he has a Conqueror's Clash right after. Insane. Dude, I keep almost destroying my ring light, man. Alright. Yo, man. Once again, I appreciate everybody for being here. Yo, what a chapter, bro. Sleepy comes in with a 5 and says, "Hey, Recon, not to be disrespectful, but will there be an update on YouTube channel? Like, when will you add the reaction screen and alerts?" Alerts, I'm not sure, because OBS and I, and specifically the Streamlabs side of things, we haven't gotten along, you know. So hopefully down the line I'll be able to figure it out, and maybe we could get some alerts. But as far as the reaction screen, that's going to be difficult, because anytime I've tried to do that before, they've always struck it down. I tried it on the old channel, and that's the reason why my old channel got taken out. And then when I've tried it on this channel, y'all saw when we were watching the One Piece episodes during the live stream, they took me out midstream. Midstream, they took me out. And so, you know, it's going to be difficult. I have to figure it out, because I understand it must be a less than pleasurable viewership experience to have to, like, pull up a different tab and watch the episodes along with me, and I definitely apologize for that. But it's just, you know, YouTube and I have never gotten along when it comes to, like, the copyright stuff, so I have to figure that out. But I appreciate you, Sleepy, for bringing that up. I'll have to see on both of them. I'll definitely have to see in regards to both of them for sure. Man, what a chapter, bro. I can't even think straight. All I'm thinking of is that Rox panel with him in the Holy Lander, bro. Like, what? In Instant Messenger Sama's room, Akash Panda comes in with a 2 and I saw it earlier. Raz comes in with a 15 and says, "Was Coach hit by Rox's sword and got blown away from the vicinity?" That's exactly what happened multiple times. Multiple times. Like, oh. I can't believe this chapter happened. Like, what? Oh. Because I have so much to say, but I'm kind of speechless, bro. Wow, man. Wow. Thank you, Raz. Appreciate you. Akash Panda comes in with a 2 and says, "Next level of Shanks meeting the Godosei in the room." Yes, bro! The next level of that Akash Panda. Because Shanks pulled up on the Godosei. And I thought what Garling did on the Godosei was also, like, insane. Super, super cool. But Rox pulling up on Emu? You don't do that. You don't do that. Anybody who sees Emu has to leave. One thing on Emu, by the way. Because, and maybe it's because I've been playing the Xeno series, and it has me in that, like, in that mood to, like, experience how series handle, like, biblical references and how a series can tackle, like, a godlike concept within your stories. But I've just been really impressed by the handling of Emu in regards to like this godlike concept, and it's been very consistent with this week's chapter. Because in this week's chapter, we saw the person closest to Emu in Gunko wears like a nun-esque hood, which I thought was really, really interesting just in terms of aesthetic. But then you look at the Emu thing and the way that Rox directly speaks to Emu, and specifically the Davy Jonesian pirate thing. And, you know, anybody who sees Emu has to die thing from the Gordo is obviously a play on, you know, anybody who sees God perishes, right? But, or like because they can't handle it, right? But the idea of someone saying something and grabbing hold of Emu's interest with current series context, to me, might be the most impressive thing about Rox as a person. Rox is so over the top, so charismatic, and he knows the right things to say to the right people to capture their attention, to the point where even Emu had to listen to what he had to say. And we know that Emu listens to no one. And if he does, Emu's just like brushing him off most of the time. So it was really interesting to have that moment of Emu actually listening to someone. It was super. I really rocked with that entire sequence. Of course, because it was hype. But it added so much to both Rox and Emu. Rox as the type of individual that he is, but also Emu, that if someone says something like really worthy of interest, Emu's gonna listen. Which makes me excited to when we get back to the current manga. If this is how Emu reacted to Rox, how is Emu gonna react to Luffy? Especially since we know the Luffy and Nika connection. So it's just, I loved that interaction between the two. Loved it, man. I mean, just really, really, really loved it. It was amazing stuff. And I'm also curious as to like what Emu's wearing. Is it a helmet? Is it just Emu's hair? Like, so much interest there. So much interest. Thank you, Akash Panda. North Side, my boy, comes in with a 10 and says, he said, I'll be back, bro, with 2 exclamation points. Like, I'll be back, don't you worry about me, man. Don't you worry about me. Come on, man. You know how hype that is? I'll be back. But it's also kind of tragic. Well, I don't know if they ever got to run it back. But it also makes it kind of tragic where we know in the current time he never really got to run it back, to our knowledge, unless that might have been actually what he tried to stop, right? Like maybe that's why, on top of the taboo subjects, that when the God Valley incident happened, Instant Messenger Sama was like, screw it, I'm deleting everything. I gotta get rid of this dude. I gotta get rid of him. So, but man, I can't believe he knew about Emu. And now I'm really curious about the Davy Jones stuff. Speaking of Davy Jones, Akash Panda comes in with a 2 and says, Davy Jonesian equals worshipper of Davy Jones. Oh, that kind of changes things, Akash Panda. Worshipper of Davy Jones. Worshipper of Davy Jones. Worshipper of Davy Jones, man. that kind of changes things to Kosh Panda, specifically because of Rocks. We see how grandiose and huge Rocks is. For him to say that he worships that, wow. So is Oda going to play with Davy Jones? Are we thinking of Davy Jones being a Void Century character or a First World character? Bro, I had to get a drink, Reedy. I had to get a drink, yo. Yeah, my throat needed it. You know what I'm saying? My throat needed it. More of a fan type of worshiper than a god type of worshiper. But still, Subra, like, so you're telling me that Rocks looked up to Davy Jones the same way that Luffy looks up to Shanks and that Loki looks up to Rocks. That kind of elevates Davy Jones. Davy Jones, it provided that type of freedom to Rocks. Void Century. Monkey Davy Luffy, you know, Quag 2? I'm so down for that. I am so down. If the will of D is Davy, I've always loved that to be the case, but especially with all these recent reveals, I think it would be crazy. I'd be down for it. I would be so down for it. Davy Jones. A fan of Davy Jones. It's like as Oda hypes up the current Loki flashback and the Rocks flashback, he's hyping up the Void Century or the First World or whatever, whenever it is that we see Davy Jones. Oh man, dude. How exciting. I can't imagine how excited. Bro, there's nothing more piratey than Davy flipping Jones, man. Like, that's nuts. You know what's crazy about the Davy Jones stuff? I've been recently rewatching the Fishman Island remake. I'm going through it completely. And one thing that's really stood out to me in during this, while going through it, was there was an episode when they were first descending into the water, where Brooke started talking about the sea currents and a legend of like 2,000-year-old thing that would like suck you in, and then you would come back out like 2,000 years later. And I found that to be so incredibly fascinating because it felt like a throwaway line, but at the same time, because it's One Piece, and I remember the Flying Dutchman being down there, and the Noah and all of that, I was like, like maybe it is just a throwaway line, but especially now that we know about the First World stuff, like who truly knows? Who actually like truly knows? In regards to what that actually entails, like the 2,000-year-old thing. That might be why the Flying Dutchman is that low in the water, right? It's so interesting. Oh man, Winston, that ending is goated. The sailing, I love the ending. I love the visuals of the ending, and I love the song too. Super good stuff. Then Akash Panda comes in and says Davy Jones was the Blackbeard of the Void Century. You can't get any more piratey than both of those, right? Davy Jones and Blackbeard. So what that tells me, Akash Panda, if that is the case. Because I was thinking, I was like, is there a possibility that Davy Jones was Joy Boy's real name? But now that you bring this up, excuse me, that actually makes more sense to me. Whereas there were multiple pirates in that time. Joy Boy was the first pirate. But Davy Jones came into the picture and maybe kind of like Blackbeard, embodied what a pirate would look like. You know, Joy Boy is similar to how Luffy and Blackbeard both embody what being a pirate is in different ways. Two sides of that same coin. I'm going to assume, yeah, you're right. Davy Jones and Blackbeard, and potentially Rox and Roger are also this very exact same way too. I like that idea, Gosh Ben, a lot. It's a great idea. Then he comes in and says, "I'll be back. The setup for Blackbeard versus Emu." Oh, if that's the set... Oh, you're cooking! Bro, what about... Because, you know, we've been talking about what does the Holy Land in Fire mean? What does the Holy Land in Chaos mean? What about if we pull back from the flashback? Emu gets taken out of Gunko's body. We pull back to the Holy Land and we see Blackbeard pulling up on flipping Emu. Oh! And we got like a, yo, I told you I'd be back, baby. Oh, man. Oh. Don't hype me up. Don't hype me up, Akash Panda. Dude. Ah, flipping mother of Flagnards, man. I'd be so hyped, bro. I would be so hyped, man. Dang, man. Let me read this Brandon King theory real quick, and then we'll continue with the supers. Brandon King says, "Got one more theory for you. Davy Jones in real life was the leader of the Monkees, a band that modeled itself after the Beatles. So since One Piece is so music focused, Davy Jones is Joy Boy, and Davy had the Nika fruit, modeling himself after Nika the way the Monkees did for the Beatles. Thus, the first pirate crew / musical band was called the Davy Jones and his Rubber Band." The Davy Jones and his Rubber Band. Brandon King. That was a cook of cooks. Dude, what a sick theory. What a sick theory. That is so cool. Reaperlicious, I love your ideas. Well, Davy Jones gave the infamous reputation and Joy Boy gave the free love in nature. Absolutely. Yo. Brandon King. That's a cook, yo. That's a cook. Dang. Yeah, that'd be crazy, Young. That'd be nuts. Dang, man. Yeah, true that, Red, right? Like, there's gonna be a connection here about the Katarina Devon thing and her going up there, because she's got to try to sneak up there, even though Saturn's gone. So they're going to find out for sure, but dang. Going back to the supers real quick. Brandon King, man, excellent theory. Excellent theory. Akash Panda then comes in with a 2 and says, "There was nothing more he could do. Emu is Himu. There was nothing more he could do." Yo, the fact... You're so right, Akash Panda. It's like, we're hyping up. You know what? You know how crazy that is? Rox went in there. Obviously, but, you know, he's just finished fighting an admiral. But still. He went in there, and he was like, "Nah, I can't deal with this dude. He's too nasty." Like, he's too nasty. But remember, anytime we hype up Emu, we have to remember that Joy Boy's hockey from the past, 800 years in the past, had him on his knees. Had him shook. Had him shook. So it's like, man, yo, I can't wait to see Joy Boy too, dog. Oh, man, but you're so right. Emu truly is Emu. Like, truly Emu. Thank you, Akash Panda. Nicholas Elliott Newman comes in with a 5, says, "Davy Jones is Zebek's ancestor, Joy Boy's rival. Emu the Sea Devil imprisoned Davy Jones under the sea." Ooh, so we're heading into actual pirate stuff. I would love that. Emu imprisons Davy Jones under the sea, thus leading to the sea's curse. If we can somehow connect the Davy Jones story and how and the Davy Jones locker, Davy Jones being imprisoned, to the devil fruit curse, and why people can't swim, because all of that has to connect. And I think it would be so interesting if it does actually bring Davy Jones into the picture. I like that, because I've always loved the emu sea devil approach. But yeah, going back to following on what Akash Panda was saying, if Zebek's ancestor truly was Davy Jones and Joy Boy's rival, then it just means. Then what does that mean for the Luffy Blackbeard stuff? Because they've been built up for so long, right? Oh, man. Dang. Thank you, Nicholas. Appreciate you. Then Jose Urenia comes in membership for 8 months. Says, Coach, translate Zebek from Vietnamese to English. Zebek. Okay. Alright, Vietnamese. Did I mess up somewhere? It's telling me. Hold on. Oh, it's because I put an accent on the first E. German car? It's telling me German car. Truck? Put a capital X? Baby car? German car? Did you mean Zebek? You need the space in the E accent? Tier? I'm not getting anything. It just says truck or German car. Did I put in the right accent? You gotta space it out. Try Zebek. You know what? Let me take your thing, young. And let me put that in. Zebek. Buggy. Okay. All right. Let's calm down. 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 Yo. Zebek. 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 Yo, Dak, what's good, brother? I translated truck for me too. We can also mean buggy. A Zebek's a trading ship, so I think they're all roughly describing carrier vehicles. Dude. Agenda piece. Yeah, shout out to Lazy Mofos. Oh, that's so... Yeah, and comparing their Warner posters like Josh says. True that. Yeah, but... Dak, yeah, for real. That makes total sense. Like a buggy, a German car. That's wild. Yo, Jose, thank you for pointing that out, man. Thank you for pointing that out. All love to you, Dak, by the way, bro. Hope you're good, brother. Ah, that's so cool. Subaru comes in with a hundo and says, Harold asked for Elbaf direction and jumped from the red line to escape. Ochoku is Wang Zi, whom Blackbeard defeated in Rocky Port. Next chapter, God Valley. So let's take this slowly but surely here. Jumping from the red line to escape is crazy. That is so cool. Now, Ochoku being Wang Zi, I appreciate y'all pointing that out in the chat. That Blackbeard defeated during the Rocky Port incident. If next chapter gives us God Valley, we are going to be in for an all-time flashback. I'm telling you right now. If next chapter, following this chapter, we go from Emu pulling up on, or from Rox pulling up on Emu, to then Rox boxing Roger, forget it. Forget it, man. I don't care. I do not care in the slightest. It is going to be peak flipping fiction, man. Absolute peak. Absolute peak. Thank you, Subaru. Appreciate you. The Book of Eli comes in with a 2 and says, go to back on his pen piece. It's kind of crazy, man. Like, it sort of has me a little speechless. It really does. It has me a little speechless, Eli. It's crazy. Like, how is this chapter real, dude? You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Yo, bro. Thank you, bro. Josh Pointer comes in with a 5 and says, Rox went face to face with Emu and left unarmed. Killed an admiral. Destroyed the gates of justice. Yeah, I forgot about that. He did destroy the gates of justice. Kidnapped 5 kings. He's the most insane One Piece character. He really is, bro. He really is. You know, Rox... That's why I'm so excited to see what actually happened in God Valley. Because he really is the most insane character, just in regards to the stuff that he's willing to do and the stuff he's willing to say. You know, he built his entire crew based on Davy back fights. Crazy cool concept. But how wild is that? And the fearless nature of his character. His willingness to just say, I'm going to be king of the world, the same way like Luffy and Roger said they're going to be king of the pirates. I mean, because the thing is, Luffy crushes people's dreams, as Oda said, like in an SBS that for him is worse than killing people, which for in a lot of cases it most certainly is, especially in a series like this. But Rox legitimately takes dudes out. So he's just insane. And he really is Josh Pointer. What a wild character. What a wild, fun character, man. I hope we stay with Rox for as long as possible. Seriously. Thank you, Josh Pointer, man. Like, he's so charismatic. You just want to stay with the dude. Like, I wish that we would get, like, a whole Rox series or movie or something. I know we've been asking for that for years, but now, especially after this chapter. It's like, man. Alejandro Solis comes in with a 2 and says 28 years and Oda does not miss. Just imagine what's next. I can't even imagine, bro. Now with this year. This year really opened up the possibilities of what we could potentially see in this final saga. Because Egghead opened up the floodgates of what we could expect. But Elbaf is delivering on what we could actually see. With all of the craziness from like the familial bloodlines to now with the Mark of the Abyss stuff and all the craziness that encompasses that, to know what we're seeing with Rox. It's like, I can't even imagine what's next, man. Like, both at the end of this arc and what's beyond that. Thank you, Alejandro Solis. Super comes in with a 40 and says, told you the era of seatbelts, the era of seatbelts are over. So still 2.5? All right, yeah, it's 1.5 now. It's it's after this chapter, it's definitely 1.5 now. It's definitely 1.5, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Subra 1.5. we're going we're going 1.5. We're going 1.5. We're going 1.5. Elder Vault comes in with a 5 and says, "We now understand why Rox is talked about like King Von." King Von. Also, 100k sub goal. React to a chapter with fine china on your desk and shelves. Well, number one, I appreciate your confidence in 100k sub goal. That's kind of nuts. That's kind of a nuts thing to just put out there. I appreciate you for believing in the me who believes in you, who also believes in me. So I truly appreciate that. But hey, man, if we make it to 100k, let's get it. Let's get it. You know, save the super chat, and we'll definitely talk about that. We'll definitely get to that point. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like we can totally see why Rox is seen as this legendary figure. Not just in regards to his power. We've seen powerful characters, but it's in the way that he carries himself. He's that dude, man. Like he really is that dude. Like what a cool character. And not just in like the ways that that you would normally say like a cool character is. Like he has so many different things that make him unique, but also similar to the other legends in this series. But has such a unique flavor to him because of how far he's willing to go for a lot of this stuff. Unbelievably awesome character, man. Like you get why he was the leader of all those pirates. And I love that line by Shiki. Like, yeah, man, like we're all in it for ourselves. We don't really need a king or someone to lead us. We wouldn't even care if he died. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they actually do react when he does pass on. Thank you, Elder Vault. Marco Caldelia comes with a 5 and says, "Coach, do you think Harold's top 15 strongest characters in One Piece of all time clashed with Rox and displayed advanced conquerors? Now imagine what Loki has to show. Hashtag Recon Dex." No, man, Loki's going to be filthy whenever we get to see what he can do. But as far as Harold being top 15 strongest characters of all time, I mean, that's tough because then you bring Joy Boy in the list. You know, you bring we don't know how crazy like Davy Jones and them were, but when you make it all time, then it becomes really tough. It becomes really tough, but he very well could be there. Very well could be. We'll have to see. But he's super nasty. That's for sure. That's for sure. Appreciate you, Marco. Thank you so much for that. Michael Mickles, my guy, comes in with a 10. I'm speechless. Just take my money. I am too, bro. Michael, I really am speechless, man. I don't know what to say. What a crazy chapter, man. Like, seriously, what a crazy way of starting the Rock section of this flashback. Because I remember when we started the Roger section, we started off with the Roger and Whitebeard clash, which is something I'll never forget reading for the first time. But something just as insane as that is this chapter, you know? We had an emu sighting. And Rock's an emu. Come on. I can't wait for the next chapter, dude. Thank you, Michael, man. I appreciate you. St. Marcus Lem comes in with a 50. Yo, I didn't even see this earlier. I appreciate you, St. Marcus Lem. Thank you so much for that. Crazy 50 bomb. It says, "Yo, coach, legendary chapter. Rox D is legendary goat. The Davy back drafter. The Davy back drafter." Flashback's nothing but feet piece. Also, I just finished Trails from Zero yesterday. Absolutely love the finale. Can't wait for the Sky the first remake September now. Yo, number one, congrats on finishing the Trails from Zero greatness, bro. That is so dope, man. Yeah, man, I can't wait for the Sky the first remake as well, man. But dude, I'm so glad you enjoyed it, bro. Yeah, no, that finale is special. That finale, for me, St. Marcus Lamb, is the Trail's equivalent of like, what can I compare it to? It's like an Alabasta when they all put up the X. It's like an emotional moment that forever like sealed the deal. Like, yeah, I'm here forever. Like, I'm here for good. Because the Trails in the Sky second chapter was kind of like the Arlong Park. I'm like, oh man, like I'm here. Like, I'm locked in. And obviously the third was so peak too. But then you finish Trails from Zero and you see the long-term storytelling there at play, and it's like yeah, man, I'm locked in for the rest of the journey. You know, like what an amazing end to that game. So thank you for sharing that for me, man. With me, I appreciate you. But the Davy back drafter is crazy. The Davy back drafter, yo, that's so good. Legendary chapter in St. Marcus Lamb. Seriously, once again, a perfect way to describe this chapter. It was truly legendary. Like, really, really legendary. Thank you, St. Marcus Lamb. Appreciate you for that. Akbar J comes to membership for 11 months. Shout out to Akbar J. It says, according to the raw text, Dave Jonesian thing isn't quite correct. The more accurate term would be fan of / admires Davy Jones. That's what Kosh Pan was saying earlier, which I'm just so fascinated by once again, right? Because that would have to imply that somehow Rox was able to gain knowledge of that period in history when Davy Jones was alive, and he was able to become an admirer of Davy Jones. And Emu found so much fascination with that he actually heard Rox out. So I'm looking forward to seeing how all of that connects together, you know. But thank you, Akbar J. JD Kurds comes in with a 5. It says, so many insane options for the upcoming chapters. God Valley, more Herald and Loki stuff, current day Emu stuff, the Mighty Joel Burning, Cross Guild, Blackbeard. I mean, bro, there's just so much. So much, man. You know? That's how I feel, JD Kurds. Like, the rest of the arc, the rest of the series has so much greatness in store. Like, you just said all of that. I could realistically see all that stuff happening in this year. Everything you just said. Everything you just said. Which is crazy. Like, man, dude. Unbelievable. Yo, when we get back to the current time, because this flashback, already all-time flashback stuff. Already, man. I mean, my favorite flashbacks have been... It's crazy because it feels like they only get better. And Oda's always been amazing in flashbacks. And that's one of the reasons why I fell in love with the series in the first place. But like the Odin flashback and the Kuma flashback really, really, really are my jam. And this one is looking like another one of those, bro. And it's like, man, it feels like they're only getting better, you know? It's just, it's amazing. It's amazing, man. But then coming off of that, we're going to be getting all of that gas you just said. Crazy. Much love to you, bro. The Book of Eli comes in with a 2 and says, all this glaze has me wonder how they offed Rox. You know, I have to imagine it's got to do something either with the Domi Reversi, or we're going to see Rox do like a selfless act in the end. Something's going to happen. That's going to make us appreciate... Because Rox has to go out to match the legend of his status. So Whitebeard went out in such a legendary way that made us be like, man, like he really is a legendary dude. Roger went out in a legendary way that really made you feel like, dang, he's a legendary dude. The other legend from that era, Rox has got to go out in a goated way, man. So you got to wonder how that happened. And I agree, bro. But when it does happen, gosh, it's going to be a crazy part of this flashback. Much love to you, bro. Sage comes in with a 7. Shout out to Sage. Says, I wonder if Vanderdecken the first is Davy Jones. The first Decken did sail the Flying Dutchman like Davy, I think. That's a good point. Either he is Davy Jones or he was like a part of his crew See, that's why I gotta continue going down this Fishman Island rewatch. Because I forgot about that. The first decade. Very well could be Davy Jones, bro. How insane is it that both the Flying Dutchman and the Noah were introduced in Fishman Island? Like, two super, super endgame concepts introduced at the same time. Great comment, Sage. That's a good point with the Deccan stuff. Thank you for that. Reaperlicious comes in with a 5. This is Caribou Theory. Caribou. Ochoku looks like caribou. It really kind of does, actually. Oh, I was wondering. I was like, why does the tongue thing remind me of something? Yeah, it kind of reminds me of caribou. I opened up my iPad and immediately saw rocks in front of Emu Goomko. Look at this stretch of pages, dog. Yeah, I can see the caribou. I see it, bro. I see it. Caribou wanted to meet Blackbeard to not join, but avenge his father. Blackbeard defeated Ochoku for Hachinosu. Oh, so we could get like a face turn for Caribou. That would be interesting. I wasn't expecting a Caribou storyline to come out of this chapter, but I almost knocked over the thing again. To come out of this, but I would welcome it. I would welcome it 100%. Yeah, yo, that would be interesting. To not join, but ultimately to avenge his father, whatever that takes. That's a Coke Reaperlicious. Now we have to see the long-term booking for Caribou. We got to see how that happens. But that is a great comment, man. I didn't even think about that. All this greatness in the chapter, and Caribou comes into the picture. You just can't escape my boy Caribou, man. He's always there, always lurking. Great comment, Reaperlicious, bro. Dak, my guy, give membership for 14 months. All love to you, Dak, man. Seriously. Joy Boy rope hockey from half the planet away. Emu sweats. Rocks the Goat is in the same room as Emu with a gun. Emu chills. Wait till we see Joy Boy. That's exactly what I'm saying, bro. Joy Boy hockey from 800 years ago. Emu was on his knees. Rocks was there. And Emu was like, yo. Like, you're him? I'm interested in what you're saying. Oh, man, dude. Joy Boy's built different, bro. I can't wait to see that Void Century flashback, man. Let me reload the page real quick. Oh, yeah, we're still alive. That was weird. Thank you, Dak, bro. Like, seriously, like, Joy Boy, bro. I can't. It's like, when you get to see how amazing these characters are being handled right now, it's like, man, wait until we get to like the characters he's been building up the entire series, like Joy Boy, you know. It's like, man, thank you, bro. Saint Shade comes with a 5. Says the strongest in history is the Beck versus the strongest of current today, Foxy. Facts. It was a chapter to upskill everything. Yes, 100%. Foxy, the Dave Back fight received super importance for the overall grand narrative, and guaranteed a Foxy spot in everybody's top 30 next year. No question. No question. Thank you, Saint Jade. Absolute facts. And then True Roofers. This is how we know the chapter was peak fiction. True Roofers comes in with the dollar. Shout out to True Flipping Roofers, yo. Man. Alright. Let me go use the restroom. I'm going to get some water, and then we'll be in here for a few more. But I will be right back. Whoops. I will be right back. Man, dude, this is crazy. Where's the... Dude, you know, I went and got some water. I just walked around the house and I was like, man, I can't believe what I just read. Yo, bro. Yo, Josh, man, what was this chapter? What was this chapter, man? Yo. Oh, snap. Got a message from a Japanese friend here. Let me see. Dude. Yo. He says, Lafitte must have heard the legend of Rox's daring escape to Marijoa. It will be interesting to see if the SpongeBob crossover's flying... the Ow! Bah! Flying Dutchman makes an appearance in this flashback in the next chapter. And it makes perfect sense why Loki respects Rox the same way Luffy respects Shanks. And it's like, bro, you can't blame him, man. And honestly, you just want to see how the tree goes. I want to know why Rox respects Davy Jones the same way that Loki respects Rox and Luffy respects Shanks. It's just so cool to me. So cool to me, man. Oh, man. Dang, dude. But you know, I really can't wait to see the more from the Flying Dutchman, bro. Because the Flying Dutchman thing, I wasn't expecting to get anything more out of the Davy Jones plotline until the Void Sentry. So like this makes me so happy that we already got it. God, man. Josh Pointer comes in with a 2 and says, we have Rock's feats now, but still no dragon. That's a great point, bro. We got Rock's feats. We got a Joy Boy feat. We got an Emu feat. A Shanks feat. All of those before a dragon feat. That's actually going to be kind of nuts. Thank you, Josh Pointer. Dude, my head, like, it's like, feels like it's gonna pop. Quack2 says, if Blackbeard picks Dave back fight with Luffy, who might he take from the Straw Hats? Ooh, who'd be the most I would say Robin, right? I'd say Robin is probably the one that he would want to take the most from the Straw Hats, just because of the ability to read the poneglyphs. But they've been shown to go after, like going after Hancock's ability, for example, something I was not expecting. So instead of going for Robin, they may go for somebody else. Like if it wasn't Robin, who would it be? I'd say Robin's the number one choice. I'm gonna go Robin. I'm gonna go with Robin. What if Davy Jones is Emu's identity from the past? Would be crazy. So you're saying like Emu changed, or like Davy Jones and Emu are the same person, but Emu like changed his name, maybe even appearance as well. You know, currently playing Xenosaga, like before I played Xenosaga, I would have looked at that message in a different perspective. But now that I'm playing through this particular iteration of Xenosaga, I'm not going to throw away that possibility. Shout out to Xeno for opening. Bro, I'm telling you, like playing through this franchise has actually opened up my eyes to so many different possibilities that could happen in the endgame of One Piece, because they're both Xeno and One Piece are so similar, especially with what they're both doing right now, or with what Xenosaga's been doing lately. I can't wait to play the third one, Xenoblade 3, but Xenosaga 3 and Xenoblade 2, they both remind me so much of like the current events in One Piece. So it's like I could see it, man. I could see it. Changes his name. If he did the body switch thing, switches the body with the Opio no Mi, gains immortality and changes his name. You know, Emu. He has Brooke is a good answer. He has pudding, so he takes Frankie's. So I'll say he takes Frankie since he has both the blueprints for Pluton in his head. That's a good point. Frankie would be able to craft an ancient weapon, which is, if Blackbeard's going for power, he would definitely need the ancient weapons, right? So you know, Pluton. Speaking of Xeno, Pluton looks entirely different in my mind now that I've played through this franchise, or I'm currently playing through it, than it did before. Like, Pluton looks nuts when I think of what it could potentially look like. I'm looking at like a super crazy Pluton. Now, I'm looking at like a flippin' like Legend of Galactic Heroes as what the flip? Give me a second. I'm good. That was weird. I thought I was bleeding for a second. I was like, did I hit something? No, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I thought I was bleeding or something. I felt like a liquid. I think I don't know. I felt something run down my ear. I think I'm good. But I'm good. I'm good. No blood. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good, y'all. No worries. Yeah, Emu's playing. Emu's playing with me. Emu's playing with me. If Vivi is a part of the crew again, by then he could take Vivi if he learns that she can be used to negotiate with Emu. That's a great point. I love the Frankie idea that Eli brought up because that makes total sense to me. And the Vivi thing makes the most sense. Because, like you said, if he were to know what Emu wants, because Emu could take anything, right? But if Blackbeard were to present someone like Emu, it would be, or present someone like Vivi to Emu. It would be like presenting your best case scenario before you. Like, this is the Ferrari, this is the Lamborghini, this is, what you want. Clearly, because that's the picture that you chose. And so, Emu may be willing to negotiate. And if Blackbeard knows that, yeah, man, I can totally see it. That's a great comment, Quack 2. Yeah, for real, Silver Shot. Okay, Sage, no problem. Let me see. Yeah, Sage, man. Shout out to the Xeno greatness, bro. And man, Shion and Cosmos. Shion is really making a case for being all-time status with this game. What an awesome character. Oh, snap, Sage. I didn't even see your thing right here. Jungle Juice's artists, old work, Immortal Reaches and a sequel, Cavalier of the Abyss, full of 2005s. Dude, I'm gonna have to check that out, man. Once I finish completing Jungle Juice, I'm gonna have to check that out, bro. Immortal Regis. That's a pretty fire name. Pretty fire name. But here's the comment on Davy. I appreciate you for sending that, Sage. The thing about Davy Jones is interesting because Davy Jones' locker is considered to be the abyss, where the souls of pirates who pass away at sea in shipwrecks and drowning rest. There might be some connection with Davy Jones and Emu, the sea and the abyss, and as to why that caught Emu's eye. Things like the abyss could be connected to certain things like the sea, but maybe the darkness devil fruit ability to null devil fruits like the sea may be some sort of similar aspect due to the abyss. If the darkness devil fruit is based off of the abyss. I like where your head is going, Sage. The abyss is fascinating. So the abyss, the invisible abyss thing that they can use to teleport, that having a connection to the Davy Jones stuff, to the sea, that there is an explanation for it that can connect to the contract that causes the devil fruit curse. Like, all of that being tied together makes complete sense to me. But the idea that you're presenting here with the abyss being connected to certain things, specifically something like the darkness fruit, to nullify fruits the same way the sea does, is so interesting. Because you're right, it is the fruit that does so. It sort of makes you think, right? Like why specifically the darkness fruit? And Blackbeard knew that. That's why he wanted it so badly. So what does he know? Oh, man. You're making my brain run now, Sage. It's a good call. Yes, absolutely. Especially if the darkness fruit is based off of the abyss. I could actually see a situation where the very first fruits that came into fruition, were the Yami Yami no Mi, the darkness fruit. I could see that being one of the first fruits that came into fruition. The darkness fruit might have actually been one of the last, actually, now that I think about it. Because someone may have desired a way to negate the other fruits. Someone may have desired a way to be able to put a stop to the other fruits. That was their deepest dream, their deepest desire. To keep the others under control, to nullify them if need be. And so the darkness fruit may have actually been one of the last ones. Or it could have been one of the first. Because it could have been used as a way to control them as well. Yo, seriously, man. He really is building the Galacticos. Yeah, seriously, Ninja Pope. That's exactly what was happening. You're going to think about this, just like Legend of Galactic Heroes, there's three major powers in the One Piece world. Pirates, Revolutionary Army, and the WG. All have different philosophies, and one is trying to run everything. Yeah, that's a great call. The parallels are insane. You want to know why I love that you're bringing this up, Eli? Is because I strongly do believe when we go back to either the first world or the second, or in the Void Century, we are going to see space pirates. I'm so sure on that. And when we do, we're going to see like Oda's version of the Legend of Galactic Heroes like power system. Like how the modern day WG, Revolutionary Army, and Pirates are. We're going to see that, but in space. Because I'm telling you, man, if they were rocking crazy amounts of technology back in the day, I'm not going to put it past the series that to show off space. Especially if, hypothetically speaking, Laugh Tale is like on the moon or something. That would just make so much sense to me. But I'm telling you, bro, we could actually see a true Legend of Galactic Heroes parallel. Like even without the obvious. I'm talking actual, like in space battles in like the Void Century or like the First World, or maybe that's how Oda wants to end the series with like them going to space or something. But I think that'd be cool. I think that'd be cool. Very well could be the case, Left Jab. That that he knows these things because of his father. I mean, if Rox is inside of Blackbeard, as like I know that's been a theory for years about the split personality stuff, and like he literally comes back to box Emu and to like become king of the world. I mean, that'd be some crazy stuff. What if the reason Shanks has a scar is because when he was younger, he tried to teleport via the abyss, and Blackbeard was able to manipulate it somehow in a way that allowed him to slash Shanks? Ooh. And so that's how he was able to scar him. Because, well, even pre Yami Yami, right? Because he didn't have the Yami fruit or the darkness fruit before or whenever they fought the first time. So if he was already able to potentially do that with the abyss even before the darkness fruit, that'd be crazy. We need to talk more about Gunko in this chapter. No, seriously, that's still nuts to me. Like, what on earth is going on with Brooke? We now know Gunko. We now know Gunko. Wait, where did the message go? We now know Gunko is a saintess, which seems to imply that she's always been in the Holy Land. So it's like, if she was consistently next to Emu, then how did Brooke ever get the opportunity to be able to meet her, right? And look at the time period. Look how long ago this was. So it just makes you think, seriously, what in the world's going on with Brooke and his crew? Like, what are they trying to imply? That they made it up to the Holy Land too? But that just doesn't make any sense to me. You bring up a great point, Quag, too. Because what this implies is either A, Brooke went to the Holy Land, or B, Gunko, for some reason or another, ended up outside of the Holy Land for whatever, and ended up meeting with these individuals. And honestly, this may lead towards why I believe Gunko was brought into this arc, in this arc specifically, because Elbaf has been so focused on certain elements, specifically in regards to Gunko and Emu and their established relationship, on like the relationship between individuals and those whom they view as like um, their gods, their holy scriptures, and so a lot of the times that's one of the main reasons why, especially in stories like this, that they don't want their followers to read stuff from other places because it could contaminate and make them think other things, right, that aren't within their what their books say, their cultures say. And so what fascinates me about that is Gunko. One of the main reasons why Gunko may be the perfect way to showcase this in this arc is to show someone who was affected and touched by the pirates, the idea of pirates that Imu detests so much, and for her to be the symbol that we've seen this arc so far of like unabashed loyalty, that, you know, anything that comes from above she's doing. And for her, the saintess who is always with Imu, to have had that moment of number one, her loyalty was shattered to the point to where she was brainwashed to make her forget that thing, or Gunko was originally from that side of the world, or maybe she was in the Holy Land. Something happened similar to Shanks, ended up like in a, I'm not gonna say like exactly in a treasure chest, but she ended up in the pirate world for whatever reason, ended up coming back, and Imu brainwashed her into ever forgetting any of that stuff ever happened. It's so interesting the way that so many of these things can be explored within a character like Gunko. And and I think she's the perfect character to explore a lot of that stuff through, honestly. Yeah, exactly, Red. Yo, Mist, what's good, bro? Chapter of the year for me, bro. Rocks, my goat. Elbaf gonna give me 2 more additions to my top 10 One Piece characters. I feel you, yo. Loki and Rocks, definitely looking like additions. Who do you think will be the final villain right now? You know, Akash Panda, when Imu showed up on Elbaf, I was so sure. Especially with the mural. The mural is what sold me on, like, Imu's the final villain. But man, these Blackbeard parallels are crazy. And it's always been between those two. Either Blackbeard or Imu. And I honestly don't know. Because Blackbeard, that's the pirate. That's One Piece, you know? That's the pirate nature of it. But Imu has been in control of this verse for almost 1,000 years, bro. Every arc has been like leading up to that. The entire story, history upon histories in this series is leading to Luffy defeating Imu. Even Rock said in this chapter about like the day will come, right, when someone will do it. So that's what really makes me want to say it's Imu. But it's a pirate manga, man, and these Blackbeard parallels are nuts, dude. So I'm still gonna go with Imu because of the way the story's been structured up until this point. That overthrowing the king that oppresses the nation. This is overthrowing the king who believes himself to be a god, that's been oppressing the world for all these years. I mean, generations upon generations upon generations. That just feels like the final fight. But Blackbeard makes just as much sense to me. But if I had to answer one, I'm going to say Imu right now. We see that Brooke was with her when she was just a little kid, so that's the most puzzling part. Exactly, part 2. So it's like, if she was a little kid when she met Brooke, does that mean that she, similar to Shanks, woke up outside of their homeland and then found their way coming back? Because the thing is, Shanks, due to what happened with Roger and all that, maybe they tried to brainwash Shanks too, but it didn't work. But Gunko for sure. So it's like it opens up a few different possibilities, right? Whether, you know, if Gunko, similar to Shanks, woke up on someone else's ship, or just woke up outside of the Holy Land in general, and they found Brooke and them found Gunko, whatever. Eventually, once Brooke and them disappeared, after everything that happened and the tragedy and the we'll come back for Laboon, and all of that, Gunko, mad at them, goes back to, or they rescue Gunko, whatever it is, goes back to the Holy Land, and gets brainwashed into how she is today. All that stuff is so interesting to me. Like, I want to know her story so bad. And it's crazy that we're in the middle of getting one of the best flashbacks in the series so far. And yet, I also can't wait to see somebody else's flashback. Especially because of the Brooke thing, man. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Yo, Coach, bet you enjoyed that chapter. I loved it, Kebab. Loved it. Something special thing in my chapter of the year for sure. No, it was great, Kebab. Great. Great stuff. That would be nuts, Winston. That, like, Brooke was one of those guards. But the thing is, I think he would have mentioned it by now, right? If he was. All this has my mind wandering to that 3,000-year-old lab on Elbaf. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Especially because of how futuristic it looks, bro. And now, like I said, going through Xeno, it sort of changed the way that I look at all the futuristic stuff within One Piece. And that 3,000-year-old lab is going to be, like, super important. I'm telling you, right, whether we explore it through Rox's perspective, or whether we as the Straw Hats go in and see it, when we go into the past, because I originally thought Elbaf was going to give us that backstory from all those years ago, even before the mural. Not the voice entry one, but the one before that, like the one about the beginning of the One Piece world. Now I don't think that's going to be the case. Now I think we might get all of that stuff back to back to back, as in like the beginning of the One Piece world, leading into the Void Century. All of that will be one singular flashback. Especially if it's done the way the Loki flashback is, where so much time is covered in a short time span. So I could definitely see us getting back to the 3,000-year-old lab. Excuse me. Either at the end of this, because like what you're saying about what Rox was looking for. Either Rox was looking for the mural or that 3,000-year-old lab, which is why he came to Elbaf. Or for sure, and that's when we're gonna see it, or when we get to the Void Century flashback or the 3,000-year-old flashback, whatever we're doing, that is gonna connect to that, and we're gonna have our minds blown by looking at that 3,000-year-old lab, and then adding the context to it. So when we look back on all that stuff in Elbaf, we're gonna be like, "Holy sweet mother of Flagnards!" Elbaf originally was like one of the most futuristic places, and then it turned into a Viking country. There's so much that could happen there, man. But I'm right there with you. I definitely do think, and we are talking about this earlier, this is how I know I've been talking for a long time. My nose is starting to run. But I'm right there with you. I definitely do think Rox came to Elbaf specifically because of the mural or the 3,000-year-old lab. Oh, man. No, dude, Akash Pen, I'm telling you, man, because it's tough, right? But I just can't see, especially with all this stuff for Emu. I mean, bro, after the mural especially. If we would have never gotten the mural, and we got this chapter, I'd say Blackbeard. But the mural, dude, the mural has me thinking Emu's like the super, super final boss. You know what I'm saying? So, Sage says, more into my theory, in the second world, the world was in darkness after the war in the first world may have led to the darkness that was creation. So after the first world, it says it ended in death and darkness. And there was a stir in the void, which is at times seen as an abyss at the start of the second world, which seems to be when the forest god made the demons and the devil fruits. Yeah, that's a good call. So it very well may be that at the end of the first world, when all of that went to chaos, the fruits were created as a response. And once that happened, wait a minute. Wait, bro. I didn't realize that void and abyss thing. For specifically why it's named the Void Century. Why was what? Cause Sage, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking of the fruits of as like these especially with your idea about the first world leading into this, whatever happened at the end of that war and at the end of the first world caused the people to want to desire and or dream of a way for something like that to never happen again. And so they went over to, like you're saying, with the forest god and all of that would lead to the creation of fruits. But I think what's really interesting about that is the specific verbiage, right? With the forest god, the tree. Is it a possibility that the quote-unquote forest god that made the demons and fruits came out of that 3,000-year-old lab that we're talking about right now? Because we don't know if these fruits are some form of ancient technology that we can't understand, similar to the spellbinding circles that Emu keeps making and all of that. We don't know if all that stuff's like futuristic technology we just can't understand yet. It just seems like magic to us because we can't fathom it. But if it is, then I would not put it past them to have originated in a quote on next to the biggest tree on the planet in Elbaf. And maybe that lab could be One Piece's version of the Garden of Eden, if that is the case. This is the Xeno in my head talking here. But I'm just fascinated by everything that you just said. Yeah, Loki does feel like he's too powerful, miss. But the thing is, we're gonna be so endgame after Elbaf that he's just gonna be a part of the Alliance anyway. So it's gonna feel like he's a part of the crew. So he might just lead the Giants in there. Gunko is like Emu's closest held victim. If we get a flashback of Emu from her perspective, we might see how Emu functions on an average daily basis. It's spooky to think about. Seeing Emu, like, Yeah, you're right. Like seeing like how a child would view their parents. That's the kind of flashback we'd get from Gunko's perspective. S- Seeing how Gunko reacts to her parents, quote unquote, and how they live their everyday life. That'd be spooky, dude. Seeing Emu just living day to day. Maybe everyone slash thing that was lost or defeated got sent to the abyss slash void leading to the void century. The hope of those fallen led to the Nika fruit avoiding the WG until Luffy, aka Jobu 2.0. Yeah, because we really haven't seen what's inside the abyss, right? It's kind of nuts when you think about it. Yo, Karma Garcia. I think what's crazy about what you're saying is once again because I'm going through this Xeno journey. Like all that stuff makes like you're speaking my language right now. You're speaking my language. You really are speaking my language. The blueprints of Pluto are like the blueprints of the Noah ship, and I'm so certain. You know, bro, yo, man, I agree with you, Karma, because I think it's gonna be the same but the other way. Whereas I think what the Noah was for the sea, I think Pluton is gonna be that, but for space, dude. I think Pluton is gonna be like the largest spaceship who's ever been crafted, bro. And if we're going futuristic with this, we gotta go all the way. And the two sides of the spectrum are the thing that can reach the depths of the sea in the Noah, and the thing that can reach the deepest parts of space. I thought of all the picture of the emu plush when you said emu living day to day. If emu's day to day is silly or dark, like they're suffering a lot. Number one, I definitely think emu is going to be suffering a lot. There's no question about that. There's no question about that. I definitely think that emu is, especially with the butterfly stuff. I think I think that emu's certainly going to be a tragic character. There's no doubt about that. Very conflicted character that probably lost so much, and very much looking forward to seeing how all of that plays out. But the the, the emu plushie stuff is why it's hard to take seriously sometimes. It's like, man, it's crazy. Yes, Pluton is the proto Xenogear to surpass Metal Gear. Yes. And when the whole planet was covered in water, in order for them to escape, where did they go? That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I mean, obviously, most of them died. That's part of the reason why the Noah's under the sea, but giving us a lecture. Luffy usually frees his opponents in some manner. And that's why I strongly do believe that, I was actually talking to Dak about this whenever we did one of our podcasts. But I most certainly do think that's a great comparison. Yeah, with Lacine after Deadhouse Gates, absolutely, absolutely, it's a great comparison. And Lucina's been the most fascinating part about Malazan so far for me because of very similar to Emu actually, for how so many things are connected to that character, and I strongly believe Emu will be the same way. The more we find out about Emu, the more we're gonna understand and sympathize with that character. But obviously, Emu's done so many horrible things that it's just going to make them even more compelling as a villain to find out that backstory, right? Because we're gonna see just how much the character has done and just how far out they've changed. I think it's gonna be a very tragic stuff. I mean, I'd say it's like set in stone. It's gonna be extremely tragic, but what California Penguin talks about with the Luffy freeing the opponents, that's something that that's something that Dak and I talked about, and that Luffy's gonna have to do that to Emu as well, and he's gonna have to free him from a lot of stuff. And I think coming off of that Void Century, we're gonna understand, number one, what Luffy's gonna be liberating the world from, right, and from a future continuing to be overruled by this dude. But he's also going to be freeing Emu from all these years of having done this, right? And so I'm very much looking forward to seeing that when the time comes, especially with the Voice Century flashback stuff. Yeah, no, it was very interesting stuff, Carmacus, yeah. Coach, have you played Metaphor Read Fantasio? Yes. That was my number 3 last year. Her favorite games of 2024. Amazing game. Absolutely love Metaphor. Absolutely love Metaphor. As a matter of fact, now that you bring Metaphor up, I could see a little bit of Metaphor in what's going on right now in One Piece. Definitely. Yeah, Winston, like, I could definitely see something like that happening. It endlessly fascinates me because Emu, with everything that we've seen so far, with the vows and using the word to use abilities, all of these things tell me that, you know, the end game is going to be very, very apocalyptic. We're going to see some really crazy stuff. But that final encounter between Luffy and Emu has to encompass and encapsulate the entire story to that point. And I think Luffy freeing the representation of the most vile of creatures on the planet, which is the Celestial Dragons, is going to be one of the most satisfying moments in the series. Obviously, the punch is going to be legendary, right? The final blow. Similar to when Luffy defeated Enel. You saw the thing in the sky because you understood what that meant. So when Luffy took out Kaido, because you understand what it meant. When Luffy takes out Emu, it's like, dang, man. Like 1,000 year of history. And even more. Because if you bring in the 3,000-year-old stuff, we don't know how far back all of this goes. It's like, man. Yo, Nabiat Mamo says, first time watcher, and man, what a chapter. Been caught up for a long time. This chapter is amazing. Thank you for being with us today. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, this is definitely another one of those chapters that, you know, pays off for being a long time reader, man. But I truly appreciate you. Thank you. It'll be nuts if Oda really does parallel Imu off scene sacrifice for the greater good. Yes. Yes. And if that's the case, I'm telling you, I'm gonna Imu's. I mean, I already feel this way. And by the time we get to the closest to the ending of One Piece, Imu's definitely gonna be like a favorite, just because of the nature of the character. But now that you bring up that parallel, no, there's no question. There's no. Oh man, that'd be so peak, dude. That'd be so peak. Yo, shout out to Yakuza, St. Marcus Lim. We'd love to see it. Coach, you gonna drop your top 10 strongest current and all-time One Piece characters for the agenda? We're definitely doing the top 30 stuff in the future. That's already set in stone. We're definitely getting that done. There's no doubt. So look forward to that list. We're definitely gonna do that. Yeah, that was an Elbaf, Winston. Yeah, exactly. And it is going to be a worldwide war. Yeah, like in Dressrosa as well. Brandon King. Exactly. Oh, imagine we do a countdown thing where the system of the world countdown to Luffy, the Savior's final knockout punch in the ring. My goodness, bro. Chills. Absolute chills. The final chapter of One Piece. You know, Silvershot, ever since Oda dropped the mural, that might be the most that I've thought about the final stretch in One Piece. Because I've always thought about the finale, specifically at the final chapter. But the stuff before that was always so like, man, I just don't know, bro. Like, you know, we thought about so many different moments and potential possibilities. But I think the mural coming out really put things into play of like how things could go in the end game. And you know, Akash Panda brought up something interesting earlier with like the final chapter being in the epilogue, being the Straw Hats going into space, you know, showing endless unrestricted freedom, which I would love. You know, a new adventure starts, right? They conquered the sea, now they're gonna go up into space. Which is why when everybody hears the dream, if Luffy's dream is to go into space, oh man. Because for them, that's crazy for us. Imagine how crazy it must be for them, who don't even know of like the futuristic technology of the past, right? They don't know about the crazy stuff that they were doing back in the Void Century and before that. So, imagine how wild it's gonna be when for a Luffy who just randomly says out of nowhere, "Yeah, man, I want to go to space." Like, that goes beyond Rox's ambitions. Rox wants to be king of the world, but he's still like confining himself to the planet. Luffy's like, "F that, man, I want to go to space, dude." Becoming king of the pirates is a stepping stone. So if that's the case, I'd be down for that. Because it does show kingly ambition. Yo, Jem, what's good? Just go from work. I'm about to read this chapter along with the reaction. All love to you, yo. All love. Glad you were able to make it. It is about time for me to go to sleep, Josh Pointer, but I just can't stop talking. Because this chapter just has me so shook. Yo, GH. This stream was crazy, man. The stream was crazy, brother. But it's good to see you, man. It's been a while. I'm worried people will still spoil the final chapter for the world because they cannot be contained. I mean, there's no question we're going to have to avoid spoilers. I remember when the biggest final chapter that I remember being everywhere was Naruto. When that was going, I'm sure Dragon Ball would have done it, but the internet wasn't really a thing at the time. But Naruto's final chapter was everywhere, bro. Everywhere. And so I remember having to avoid spoilers for that. That was a crazy week, man. I remember we did our live reaction. We did a live stream for that one on the old channel. I'm reacting to the final chapter of Naruto. That was huge stuff. And so because Bleach's final chapter was a big event, but because of Naruto's popularity, people who didn't even like read the manga tuned in to see the end of Naruto. One Piece is going to be that times 500. because there's more anime fans now than there were back in 2014 when Naruto ended. So when One Piece ends, it's going to have the influx of the new age of anime fans, the people who tapped out of anime and manga and are just tuning in to see how One Piece ended, who were fans back in the day, the current fans who are reading the manga, and all that coming together in an age where spoilers are everywhere. I mean, if we thought Gear 5 was like absolutely insane and all over the place, imagine how it's going to be for the final chapter of One Piece. Anime only. Manga readers, specifically those of us who can like completely block everything out, will be able to survive it. I strongly believe that, unless they put like the final chapter on like TV or something. That would be nuts. But we'll be able to survive that final chapter. We just got to do what we do right now when a crazy chapter happens. But I fear for anime onlys. There is no way. There is absolutely no way that the anime onlys will survive when the One Piece gets revealed. There's just no way. There's just no way. When the One Piece gets revealed, that may be the single largest chapter thing in the history of the modern day anime and manga thing. I don't think anything will ever get to, maybe it will, to like when Super Saiyan first happened, because that was just such a earth-shattering event. But when the One Piece gets revealed, oh man. Dude, no anime only will be safe. I feel sorry for them. I really do. I mean, we all gotta look out for it ourselves as well, but yeah, it is crazy, lazy mofos, bro. Like, it was so long ago, man. Over 10 years ago now. That Naruto stream. Oh yeah, Josh Pointer. I will. It's just that the Xeno greatness has had me locked in, man. I just can't. I can't. Like, it has me locked in. It has me locked in. But after that, I'm looking forward to getting back on everything. You doing the top 30 of the channel or in Brago's top 30 stream? I would love to do it with Brago. But because it was the membership goal, the stream, it was stream goal. I want to do it on this channel. And then, if Brago would like to do it as well, or because I know he does his top 30 stream too, we could do it too. We could do it there too. But I think I want to do it first on this channel for sure, because it was specifically a stream goal. I'm over here trying to play Cold Steel 4, but this chapter's too hype. Oh man, dude, Cold Steel 4, special game, man. Special peak game right there. But I get it. I'm in the same vein, man. I want to play Xenosaga 3, and I can't stop talking about this chapter. Drock said it best, but One Piece is one of the most unique series, and that no one can read it the same way after it's finished, because people will go into it knowing that the One Piece is blank. I agree, Brandon King. I agree. It's super unique in that way, because I feel like you can go into a lot of other things potentially knowing like a major spoiler, and it won't really affect. As a matter of fact, it might enhance your experience. I know a lot of people who, depending on the series, knowing a major spoiler actually enhances their overall experience because they can't wait to get to that point, right? But with One Piece, number one, it's a special case because it's almost impossible to spoil One Piece. Even for me, when I've been spoiled on chapters, y'all know this, whenever we discuss before we read a chapter, right? It's like, man, unfortunately we got spoiled in this chapter, and I'll be bummed at the beginning of the thing. But then after finishing reading the chapter, it's like that thing that we potentially got spoiled on was like an afterthought, because there were so many other things that I didn't get spoiled on in the chapter. And so there's that's very unique about One Piece. But there's also the recontextualization aspect of it. I use 1136, the anime episode that just aired, as an example. When the Kuma flashback stuff ended, it elevated all of the stuff that was in that flashback that it recontextualized. I just in case y'all didn't watch my top favorite episodes of the year or my favorite chapters, both my favorite chapters list and my favorite episodes list was changed by how the Kuma flashback recontextualized the series. The Luffy punching the Celestial Dragon was higher on my anime episodes list because of the Kuma flashback, and the Robin I Want to Live stuff and the Luffy challenge in the WG was also enhanced by like the chapter 1133 as well as the Kuma flashback stuff. So all of that changed because of that flashback. Now imagine how it's going to be when the One Piece is found, when the Void Century comes into play, when we have the full picture of this series. Then it's like, man, you can't look at this series the same, and that's for us as people who have been on this journey. But going back to your original point, that's why I value what we do, what we're doing right now, so much, because we're in a rare spot to be able to experience something like this as it's going on. We can speculate, we can think, we can see each version as it comes out, knowing that one day we'll be getting the answers. And once we do get those answers, that's it. That's it, man. That was the journey. And so it's like, man, dude. It's like, I can't believe there's gonna be a time when that is the case, though, Brandon King. Like, everyone who goes into One Piece is gonna know what the treasure is, man. Like, dang. Yes, no, Sage, bro. The top chapters of the year is gonna be crazy. We have to put that list together. Yeah, exactly. People will never know the joy of speculation of not reading with the end being known. It's like we're in the eye of the storm, and it's a moment so precious because we can't get it back. We really can't. We really can, man. It's definitely gonna be a global event, yeah. Yeah, Red. Like, this is if there's ever been a time to catch up to the manga, it's definitely now. For me, I remember when that video came out, or when the news came out, we were entering the final saga, and I made a video saying this is the best time to catch up to One Piece. I meant that. Like, experiencing the final saga, that's something that anyone should get the opportunity to experience. At least get the opportunity to, because obviously not everybody will rock with it. But if you're rocking with it, man, it's unbelievable. So, especially where we're at right now, man. Like, this is like, to put it into perspective, we're in the second arc of the final saga. Like, when we leave Elbaf, who knows what's after, you know? Like, because the thing is, the rest of this flashback, the rest of this arc, the rest of the year is gonna have so much crazy insanity. But once we leave that, it's like Monty Joa Laugh Tale end. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe Lodestar. So it's like we're so close to the end that it really is like the time to catch up to the manga, if there ever was a time to catch up to the manga. But I also can't blame anybody who wants to stay anime only. Not anymore, because the anime's been so good. The anime's been phenomenal. That's why I can't blame Uzumaki Kan, who made the decision to go back from the manga to the anime, because it's just been unbelievable. Like, Elbaf has been phenomenal, man. Wano in the anime solidified its greatness to me. And man, Egghead has been sensational. Oh, dude, that's so cool, Akash Panda. So Akash Panda says, I was not a part of the anime community when Naruto ended. Follows that up saying, but I was there for when the Naruto anime ended, and my college film club screened the final Naruto vs Sasuke battle in the auditorium. I have a shirt that I bought when that fight was happening. That was a huge event. When Naruto and Sasuke, specifically the final hour-long episode, dropped. I will never forget. I always tell this story, but I have to tell it again. I have a shirt that I love so much, and unfortunately, it got too dirty because I used to go to work with that shirt on, so I don't have it anymore. But I used to wear that shirt to work, and I remember walking into this pizza place that it's now been substituted with another pizza place, but the guy at the register, when I went up with the Naruto shirt to go order the pizza, he was like, "Yo, did you watch Naruto and Sasuke today?" And when he said that, everything just clicked in my head of like, there's so many of us that were waiting for this day, right? Like, even though I'd already read the fight in the manga, and I was blessed to have covered it weekly while it was happening. But when all that final stuff was happening, it felt like a huge global event too. And it was so cool to be a part of. Same thing with Goku versus Jiren. That was such a huge global event as well. That was so cool to be a part of. And Gear 5, obviously. And that one was in a community that I'm really connected to, so that one meant so much to me. One of the reasons why that's my favorite chapter. But that Naruto versus Sasuke, I'll never forget that, man. That was a special time. That was a special time. But that's so cool that your college film club screened the entire thing in the auditorium. If that was my first experience with that fight in an auditorium, that would have been crazy. That would have been crazy. That is so cool. Thank you for sharing that, Akash Panda. Dude, Red King, I actually had that, oddly enough, I had that conversation with my mom. Not the One Piece thing, but about how specifically where we are right now is such a unique time period in history. Because we're on the precipice of discovering one of the most dangerous / potentially helpful things that we can't see the end to, which is like AI and stuff, right? We're in the middle of such a weird part in history. We've lived through the internet coming into play and us being more connected than ever and so many things. We're in such a unique part in history. We weren't here for all that stuff you just said, discovering America, all that crazy stuff that happened in the past. But we're also too early, potentially, who knows, right? Who knows? We might be able to see it. But we're too early for stuff like that. I was just recently reading the Space Odyssey series, still going through it, Arthur C. Clarke. I talked about it in my top 10 favorite experiences of the year. And something that Arthur C. Clarke says in his pre-author's note from the second book is that he wrote the original 2001 Space Odyssey with Stanley Kubrick, talking about what it would be like to go to space because no one had ever done it before. And then he wrote the second book with knowledge of what already was, because they had already gone to space. And so he just added that onto it, right? We don't know if we're ever going to be part of that. Of like, there is going to be a time period, a before and after, of us having space travel and us where we are right now thinking of how space travel would be. Thinking of, mass teleportation or fast travel or whatever gonna happen in the future. Who knows, right? I'm just putting stuff out there. But all of that stuff is like so incredibly insane to me. And we're living in a very interesting point in history. Like in just in real time. But let alone in regards to like this, right? What we're doing here with this particular story. It's just so cool because, think about it, right? Had One Piece released in like, let's just say the 60s or 70s, which is when like Lord of the Rings was like super hot. Lord of the Rings for them is like what One Piece is for us, right? And like what Star Wars is for like my pops. lived through like the end of the 70s and the early 80s when it was like really hot. What I lived through as a wrestling fan in the late 90s when all everybody would talk about in school was wrestling, Final Fantasy VII, Dragon Ball Z, right? Like it was our era. So being able to live through that here with One Piece in real time in the current time is you gotta be grateful for it, bro. You know, it's super dope. How many arcs would the final saga have? Hachinosu, Lodestar, Laugh-Tale, Marijoa? So I'm gonna say this, Akash Panda. Lodestar transitional arc. Laugh-Tale slash Final War will encompass all of that. I think Hachinosu, because that is what was stated, right? That the Final War, will encompass the entire world. I think the Marijoa arc will be within the post or the Elbaf stuff, considering if we cut back to Marijoa and we see it burning in the Flagnards, we're going to see the Marijoa craziness with either Blackbeard or Dragon pulling up. But that's what my head is saying. My heart remembers the dream I told y'all about. I'm trying to remember what chapter it was before. But I'll never forget that dream I had where I was reading a chapter. We were doing a stream, man. And we were reading a chapter when Luffy pulled up on the Holy Land before Emu. And he was in the Gear Second pose. Right in front of Emu as the rest of the Straws were boxing the Godosei. And I told y'all right before we went live, or right before we read the chapter, and I told you about my dream. I said, I don't know if I spoiled y'all on the future of One Piece, but if that ever happens, I had a dream about it, man. You know, I have never forgotten it. I have never forgotten it, bro. Luffy in the Gear Second pose right in front of Ibu. And Zoro and Sanji and them fighting the Gorosei. I'll never forget that jump. So if we go to the Marijoa, my dreams I saw it. I saw it in my dreams. So who knows? But as far as Hachinosu, I just don't know, man. It feels like it should happen, right? But I don't know. It honestly feels like it's all going to be encompassed in that final section. Well, that Elbaf intro is going to be nuts. That Elbaf intro is going to spoil everything for sure. Oh, Kaiju number 8's final chapter just dropped? Dang, I really like that anime, man. I really like that anime. Shout out to Kaiju number 8, man. I hope it ended on good terms. What is the oldest anime by end date, not start date, that is currently well known among the current anime community? How long do you think One Piece will stay popular after it ends? 30 years? What is the oldest anime by end date, not start date, that is currently well known among the current anime community by end date? So for my dad's generation, that was Messenger Z, and that ended in like the 70s. But of course, no one in this generation really knows that. Fist of the North Star? No. Probably Astro Boy, right? I'd say Astro Boy. I'd say Astro Boy. I'm gonna say Astro Boy, Doraemon. Astro Boy and Doraemon, I think. How old is Doraemon, actually? Let me see. Doraemon is... What the flip? Oh. 1969. That it is that when it started in the magazine in 1973 in the TV series. Dang, man, it's 50 something years old. Crazy. Shout out to Doraemon, man. Crazy longevity. So, oh, that's a good point. Yeah, you're right. You're talking about start date. Okay, so if it's by end date, I'd say Astro Boy. Never mind. Yeah, no. Yeah, if you're right. You're right. So I'd say Astro Boy then. You know what's crazy, Zayed? The author of Astro Boy actually created one of my favorite manga ever, which is Phoenix. Phenomenal manga, and I highly recommend it too. Especially with the current stuff in One Piece. I think it'd be pretty interesting. But man, Tezuka is just a master. An absolute master. Yo, for real, Winston. Doraemon, Yurusei Yatsuda, or Gundam? The original Gundam's a good shout. Oh yeah, I'm a massive Phoenix enjoyer, bro. I loved it. I gave it my first proper read through a couple of years ago because I remembered the first time I ever heard of it. If I'm not mistaken, I was watching a Code Provider video. Shout out to Code Provider, man. We came up around the same time, and he was talking about his favorite manga, and I believe it was him that said it. It was either him or my boy NZ Anime Manga. Shout out to my boy NZ, man. That's how I got into 20th Century Boys. Shout out to my boy NZ Anime Manga. But one of the two was like recommending Phoenix, and I always get that in the back of my head, like, man, I want to read that one day. And a couple years ago, I bought the Viz versions on digital. Unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable stuff. Yo, Sticky, man. Goat Raw Fire Peak Fiction chapter, bro. No doubt. No doubt. Recon, did you ever catch up to Detective Conan? So I did, and now I'm letting it stack again. So I'm letting the chapters stack right now. But I did catch up again. The second part of my question: How long One Piece will last after its ending? 30 years. I'm going to say. Let's see. Dragon Ball has managed to last this long. Actually, no, I'm gonna leave Dragon Ball out of the conversation. Naruto and Bleach. Naruto, of course, Boruto has continued, but I know a bunch of Naruto fans who have never even touched Boruto, and they still think back to Naruto, talk about Naruto. It's still a heavy conversation topic, and that's been 11 years. Bleach is also a heavy conversation topic, even though it's coming back into prominence now with its anime continuation. But even without that, it was still brought up. So that's already a decade. Dragon Ball, even without Super, continues to be regularly on the mind of us. So I would say that when One Piece ends, both with its impact from the anime and manga, and also the live action, I'm just saying this from a personal standpoint. I think it could potentially have the staying power of the classics of like our time. And I say that not necessarily saying that it's going to be studied in like classes, though it should be. But what I am saying is I think it's going to get the respect and love of like, this story was told over like 30 to 40 years, and encompass an entire generation, like how Lord of the Rings did for the book community. Like for anime and manga fans, this was like our Lord of the Rings, like that in DBZ. So it's I think it'll live on in history for that. And so I'm gonna say it goes beyond 30 years. I would say that my kids' will hear about the legends of One Piece, unless something else comes around to dethrone it. Which even then, like what happened with Dragon Ball and the big three, it's still gonna come back to Dragon Ball. So I think, especially with the remake, I give One Piece having a long longevity after it ends. I would definitely say so. Yeah, so yeah, you remember somebody as well, yeah. So it shout out to Cobra Batter, man. I haven't heard from him in ages. Hope he's doing well. Nah, definitely Den Kushi. And that's the thing as well, right? Like what Sage is saying with but before I say that, Karma brought up the legends of Sailor Moon and Saint Seiya in the presence of myself and Sage. Shout out to both of those legendary series. But Sage says a great point with the Garp and Roger prequel is going to feed streets for years. And that's the thing about One Piece too, right? Is not only does it have endless potential for spin-offs and prequels and all that stuff, but it also has stuff it could do, like the Hungry Days. It could do a Slice of Life remake spin-off, right? There's so many different avenues that they could take with the series. Tell different character stories through a thing, and people will be interested, as we've seen with Dragon Ball, as we've seen with Naruto, as we've seen with multiple other series. So once the series ends, Toei can milk the flagnards out of it with movies, TV, anime adaptations, OVAs of so many different things people want to see in the verse. The main story will end, and I'm almost certain that when One Piece ends, the manga ends, Oda will leave that to them. They can do whatever the flagnards they want with it, because he's told this story, and then he's gonna go draw that giant robot manga, which I can't wait to read as well. He's always wanted to draw a sci-fi manga, unless he makes the sci-fi manga at the end of One Piece, which I can most certainly see that being the case too, considering where we're going. So the sci-fi manga he's always wanted to write could just be the end of One Piece, but if it's not, then once One Piece ends, he gives it to Toei, says, do what the flagnards you want to do with it. I've already told my story. He goes on to write that other manga. And then Toei gives us a bunch of spin-offs, because that's what they're going to do. Yeah, shout out to Kiniku Man. So the wrestling greatness. Agreed, Red. I definitely think so as well. I think the one thing that One Piece doesn't have that Dragon Ball has is that Dragon Ball... There's a lot of people who've never watched or read Dragon Ball but have played the games. I think if One Piece has that one game, just one game that makes people play it, I don't think anything will ever reach what Budokai did for a generation. But if it could reach the Naruto Storm level, where people who do not watch anime or manga can I know a lot of people who have experienced Naruto through like the Naruto Storm games, or like Dragon Ball through the Dragon Ball games. Bring in the video game community for One Piece will allow it to have that type of staying power for sure. Because Dragon Ball FighterZ allows Dragon Ball to stay on the minds. That's just an example. To stay on the minds of people even if it's not airing. So if One Piece were to have a game, whether it's an MMO, a fighter, whatever the case may be, it would definitely add to that Dragon Ball level S staying power because it has everything else going for it. I would say it has even more stuff going for it that would allow people to talk about it for years on end. It just needs one of those games, man. And I like One Piece's games. The only thing is that none of them have popped off the same way that, you know, Budokai Tenkaichi or the Storm games have. Speaking of that, didn't the Hunter x Hunter game come out this week? I've been so wrapped up in the journey, man. I didn't even clock it. Shout out to Zoids, dude. Karma, man, bringing up classics. I remember the Zoid toys. Yeah, that would be super cool, dude. Like, different mangaka drawing One Piece stories. That would be awesome. I would actually really like that. Because I've already seen it, right? Like Megumi Shitani's vision of One Piece as explored through the fan letter was awesome. And I'd love to see that through like other anime directors or other mangaka. Or me. Oda, give me a chance, man. I'll write a One Piece story. Give me a chance, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Benzo, it's good to see you. Yeah, exactly. Like on the themes, right? On the ideas of freedom, legacy, and inherited. Well, I love to see that as well, Brandon King. The question is, will Toei trust the audience enough to produce spin-offs that have no Straw Hats? That's a good point. I think they would, Akash Panda, because I think what the Kuma flashback in the anime has shown is that they do trust having something outside of the Straw Hats to represent One Piece for a while. The opening, the eye catchers, and the ending are all to do with Bonnie and Kuma. Even though the Straw Hats do show up in the openings, in the opening. But the eye catcher and the ending is all Bonnie and Kuma. So, and that's been the major focal point. So, I think that could show how much intrigue there is there for that type of stuff. But you're right. They might not do it for something non-Straw related. But I do think once we get to that point, the series might be so big they might not care. They might just say, as long as it has One Piece in the title, we'll make some money. You know? So yeah, like if Arxis made a One Piece game, that'd be awesome. Yeah, Gear. I mean, I love the way the Pirate Warriors handle Gear 5, but and the way it feels in there too is super cool. I can imagine Saint Shade. They backfight greatness. I heard the gameplay is actually really good in the Hunter x Hunter game. The presentation of the story is very underwhelming, though. Oh, I see. I mean, the gameplay has to be really good just based on its makers. And it looks cool. I saw some gameplay last year at EVO. It just looked super cool. I was telling Kev, like, man, this game actually looks dope. I was looking, forgot to tell you, but I just finished Part 8 of JoJo. Nice. And I remember we were talking about that. But I didn't know you finished it. That's awesome. And it's so special. The way I cheer for Josuke finding a sense of self, like Ichigo finding his. Oh, that's a good connection. Julian's just like Bleach for real. What an experience. Hey, that's a good call. It's actually a great call. It's a great parallel. But yeah, Julian is special. I hope you enjoy Part 9. Part 9 is phenomenal, man. I love Part 9 so much. Like, I remember somebody brought up here a while back. And I was like, man... about like, you know, Part 9 already being like a top 3 JoJo part, and I was like, I don't know if I could put it that high. With the recent stuff, I'm willing to be like, hey man, it's fighting, it's so good. I love it. I love Part 8, and obviously the stretch we're in right now, from like Stone Ocean. I can't even say that because I love Part 5 too. But Stone Ocean, Steel Ball Run, JoJolion, and now with JoJo Lands. This is like, if I were to separate all of them into their own manga, they'd all still make like my top favorite manga lists. And I love all of them that much. They're that good. I went to bed thinking that I was sad I couldn't catch a stream because here in Italy you start at 3 a.m. But man, you went for it. What a chapter coach, bro. Danielle Minuti. This chapter was so incredibly phenomenal that we've gone through like a roller coaster of emotions here. And I don't know if you can tell. Chapter was so good it brought me into 4K. Chapter was crazy, man. This chapter was peak fiction, dude. You know, I actually really love Burning Blood, Marcus Slim, and I think it would. I love its hockey system and its Devil Fruit system, and the way that they balance each other. I think it's really, really good. We just need more characters. They added more characters in that game, I'd still be playing it. Off topic, when I'm like 6 hours into Xenoblade 2. Let's flipping go, Benzo. I've been smiling so hard the entire time, and it has major Gintama vibes so far with the hints of super emotional underlining stuff with blades and drivers. Dude, yes. It is so Gintama in that regard, for sure. For sure. But I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I love that game with every fiber in my being, you know. Every fiber in my being. So glad you're enjoying it so far. I'd be down for that, Red. And you know, Red, I was talking about this in the anime reaction, but the One Piece novel that they just recently released, the One Piece novel, I forgot what it was called. It was a novel that has like the POVs of like Nami and Phoebe and Robin in them. That novel, I was reading through it, and the Robin section is an entire section of her in her time with the Revolutionary Army, and it is so good. It's gonna be so good, man. And so, if we were to get a Robin spin-off of her like traveling the world, in a similar vein to that chapter from the novel, it would be so good. Yeah, the heroines. Thank you, Brandon King. The heroines one. Yeah, no doubt, bro. No doubt, Brandon King. Michael Mickle says, I finally got off the road, so I'm late. But what style fighting game do you think works best for One Piece? I love Marvel vs. Capcom style personally. Me too. I mean, I'm not just saying that because I'm a fan of that franchise. I genuinely think a 3v3 tag fighter would work so well for One Piece because of the type of series that it is. I just think it works. That's why Burning Blood works so well. I would love... so the two types of fighters that I would want is either a Marvel vs. Capcom 2D tag fighter in a similar vein to MVC, or I would take like a Sparking Zero Budokai Tenkaichi-esque 3D type of fighting game. One of the two I think work perfectly for One Piece, because MVC works best for its roster and for maximizing like its cartoony art style. But the Budokai way would definitely exemplify like the craziness of the Conqueror's attacks, or just how large scale One Piece's like abilities are. I think that would be showed off best in like a Budokai type of game. Shout out Killer Instinct. Recon this crossbill section in CS4 is hitting. Charles is goated. Shout out to that, yo. Shout out to that greatness. That's awesome. Hey, that's why I'm glad that we can do these long videos for those of y'all who can listen to these VODs at work. We had a tag fighter running Robin, Dofi, Ace, Kuma. I'll tell you what. The first team I'm running, because this is the team that I was using in Burning Blood, that I couldn't stop using them, was ASL. I used a lot of Luffy Ace Sabo in that game, and if we get a tag fighter in NBC way, I am going Luffy ASL again. And unless, right, I gotta see how the roster is first. If the roster is rocking, like, it's gonna be it's gonna be tough. But for sure, the first team I'm using for sure is ASL if they're all unlocked. Because in Burning Blood, man, I use the Flagnards out of that Luffy, Ace, and Sabo team like a lot. I loved that team, man. I love the chemistry, the way they all went into each other. I loved playing as ASL in Burning Blood. So that'd be the first team I tried NBC type of game, and then we figure it out from there. Yeah, Subra, I'm about to. We're about to end it. I am exhausted beyond belief. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours, but I think this chapter deserved it, man. This chapter definitely deserved it. An open world, create your own character One Piece game would be generation. Yeah, no, that'd be some good stuff. That'd be awesome, bro. Imagine us being able to use rocks in a One Piece game. Imagine when rocks comes to like treasure cruise or something. That's gonna be crazy. Yo, crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Planning on using vacation time for the Trails remake. Super hyped to experience a new JRPG journey. FF14 and Xenoblade have changed my life over the past year, and I'm ready for another one. Yo, going from I don't based on how AJ and yourself and other individuals talk about FF14, I can imagine how awesome of an experience that is, right? But going from Xeno to Trails is that's crazy. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, shout out, man. Shout out to Burning Blood Red. Leo Dog says, how's the writing's been going? I will have another update for you on that after next weekend specifically. And I'll leave it at that because it's going to show the trajectory of how I'm going to take things from that point forward. But I'll tell you this, Leo Dog. From December of last year, which is when I wrote that story before this Robin and Saul chapter, until where we are right now, it has been a journey and a half. Not just with that story, but with the other ones that I've been writing alongside it as well. And so, but that particular story, the one that I wrote that week, leading into the Robin and Saul chapter, I'm hoping that I will get the opportunity to be able to share that with all of you very, very soon. And I'll leave it at that. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, but it is going to be a potential thing that we'll get to that. But thank you, Lego Doc, for asking. I appreciate you. It has been great. It has been going great. And once I finish Xenosaga 3, I'm excited to lock back in to another session of that. Obviously, we always get our stuff in on the regular, but I have so many ideas coming off of this game that I can't wait to just lock in, especially before I hop into Xenoblade 3. Yeah, I'll love y'all. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're definitely going to be going to try to be back as give us the Godosei, Loki, Herald, and Rocks in PW5 and Emu. I can't have Emu in the game. Emu will reverse the board. Oh man, but the others, all those characters would be so cool. So cool. Yo, Naya, man, what a flipping chapter, bro. I can't even begin to process this chapter, bro. You know what I'm saying, dog? Like, it was just so crazy. It was just so crazy. It's good to see you, though, Naya, man. Seriously. Shout out to my boy. Oh, man. We'll be there for Recon against the Red Official Rocks novel. Imagine that. That'd be crazy. Yeah, there's no chapter or episode next week. So, that's going to be crazy. But you know what? I'm actually grateful for that because I need to lock in at the end of next week. So that actually works best for me. No, hey, same here, bro. Bro, Slide for the back. I appreciate you, bro. I have been trying, like, I was supposed to have ended the stream like 2 hours ago. I can't. I can't stop talking. This chapter has me too hyped. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I need to go to bed. But this chapter was too peak. This chapter was too peak. But I need to go to bed. I need to go to bed. I seriously need to go to bed. I seriously need to go to bed. But ladies and gentlemen, this has been an amazing stream. All-time chapter. I'm loving where this flashback is going. I love Rocks. That's my guy. Shout out to Zebek. And we'll be back for the next chapter, man. Before the next chapter drops, definitely expect a spoiler cast for Xenosaga 3 when I finish that. And, of course, the episode, if we have an episode this weekend. And some other stuff. And then, of course, like I said, the end of next week's going to be big for me on the other side of things. So I won't be as active on here. But when we come back, if you want to keep up with me, by the way, in the Xeno journey, I have been sharing that entire journey over on Twitter. We're almost done with Xenosaga 3. Then we're going to go to Xenoblade 3 after that. Of course, sharing the journey of overall here on YouTube, but the experience has just been so incredible, and so we'll be back, man. We'll be back for the millions. Watch out, lazy mofos. Yeah, Tusky is good as it's just what a chapter. What a chapter. Oh, man. No, I appreciate you, Eli. Thank you so much for being here the entire time. Thanks to everybody who was here from the beginning of the stream. The long behind stream, man. I appreciate y'all. And anybody coming in at the end. Anybody who ever made any time for this. Akash Panda, I apologize for what you have to do for the timestamps in this stream. I'm so glad I gave you the thank you before the stream started. But all love. Naya, man. We gotta connect soon too, bro. We gotta connect soon, man. All love to everybody. Take care. Thank you so much for stopping by. We will be back for some greatness in the near future. But until then, I'm going to go to bed and probably, hopefully, get so much sleep that I wake up like middle of the day tomorrow. Because that's how exhausted I am. But knowing me, I'll probably be up sharp and early in the morning. So we'll see what happens. But all love to y'all. Take care. And I appreciate everybody who stopped by today, man. It meant a lot. Shout out to... What a chapter, bro. Holy flipping flood. I just can't get over that Rock's sitting, aura farming in Emu's room, dude. You know how nuts that is? The handle. Bro, Nah, that's exactly what was stated in this week's chapter. Rox's sword hits with the impact of the handle. The impact of the handle, bro.